Hey guys, what up? Welcome. We have some PoE to play, potentially some deadlock. Probably just more PoE to be honest. I don't I wanted a POB, but I've been thinking about it, and the more I think about it, the less I want a POB. So I'm probably not gonna POBs and today. I'm probably just going to blast some maps, chill, earn some currency, and whatnot. Rank man here, level 94 now, and medium budget. How does it feel? You enjoying the build so far? How's it treating you? And I assume you have your specters, your frost bearers. Oh, fun, nice. Glad you're enjoying it. Love to see it. Okay. But yeah, that's probably what we're going to do. We're just going to farm some currency, make some money. We do want to check out a few things. Arcane mentioned, what was it that he mentioned? He mentioned Torchlight. So we have a Torchlight video to watch and a Diablo video. So I think we start with that, and then we just go from there pretty much. I think that's the game plan. Okay. So let's see. Where is it? Yo, where's the video? There we go. Okay. Let me see. All right, so I'm checking out the Torchlight video, by the way.
Sounds good.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Torchlight
Let's take the volume up.
Infinite. I'm Andre, your community manager. We know it's been quite a few weeks since our last communication, and we've been hard at work to bring you some exciting news.
Why Asmon?
Since our last communication, and we've been hard at work.
Isn't this... This is a video on... Oh, this Black Myth Wukong? It kind of reminded me of... What's the name of the game? Red Desert, I think. The Black Desert, Black Abyss. The creators of Black Desert, they're creating a more single-ish player MMO. So I thought it was.
To bring you some exciting
news. It
news.
does look like Black Myth.
But first, let's take a quick look at our last season, Clockwork Ballet. Clockwork Ballet was a season driven by your feedback, and we saw some of our most positive responses to date. Your input shaped many of the features and changes we implemented. It was a truly collaborative effort, and our team was thrilled with the results. However, we also faced some development oversights during the last season. First, the difficulty curve was too easy. Secondly, FE drops were too common, which actually kind of negatively impacted the in-game economy. And third,
it's funny he mentions FE drops because Arcane was just saying how saying how this league or this Torchlight season he got so much loot and he found that so fun, and by comparison, PoE wasn't given the same dopamine hits that Clockwork Ballet was given, for example.
Third, there was not enough endgame content. These were the main issues that led to less than ideal retention rates across the season. We heard you and we're committed to making it right. So, where do we stand with Clock?
I should honestly go back to Torchlight and complete all the things I need to complete. There are a couple things here and there. That I practically need to complete. Make sure I get all my rewards and all of that.
Clockwork Ballet right now. Given these challenges, we had to make some more difficult decisions. One of the toughest was cancelling pre-planned events, including a pre-season, which I actually mentioned during one of the Q&As, yeah. We understand this might be frustrating, but we do believe that there's a lot more to be gained by focusing all our efforts on future development.
I wonder where his accent is from. He's not a native English speaker. It kind of sounds like anime characters when they speak English. Belgian. Oh, he is? Where is Discord? He is?
Yeah, he is, yeah. He's Belgian, but he lives in Asia full time. So that's what someone sounds like that doesn't speak English as their main language, but also, speaks not English most of the day.
Because he sounded like anime characters when they speak English. There's a certain accent they have, and he has.
He sounds dubbed.
Not even dubbed, because dub is typically like more English speakers. I'm saying like anime characters in the anime when they meet like English speakers. So like you occasionally have like some animes where they actually would, in like a scene or two, they would speak English to somebody. Blue Lock is an example. I don't know if you watch Blue Lock. Do you watch anime?
Yeah, I love anime.
So like in Blue Lock, when they met the footballers that were supposed to be from like different countries and whatnot, and they're speaking English, it's like
what
those guys.
People usually sound like. Yeah.
Exactly.
His mannerisms.
Our key priority, right?
What's that?
Very anime-ish. His mannerisms when like he's on video.
Yeah, exactly.
Like very anime-ish. Yeah.
Right now is to ensure that the new upcoming season fully addresses all the problems that showed up during Clockwork Ballet. We hope to create a season that not only meets, but maybe even exceeds your expectations. So what can I actually tell you guys right now about this upcoming new season? The main positive aspect about Clockwork Ballet is the insane positive feedback we receive regarding our player-driven development. So, for this new season, we're going to be doubling down on that. This new season is going to be tackling some major points of contention for the community, including existing game mechanics, existing systems, monetization, in-game content,
and monetization.
more. As far as gameplay goes, we're focused on providing more freedom to players, which is going to be achieved via more procedural gameplay. We're also focused on improving the end-game experience and providing clear and better incentives for players to stick out throughout the season and actually participate in end-game content. Systems-wise, one of our main goals this upcoming season is to solidify all the content.
Before he says anything about this, one thing I really think they need is a wealth finder. They need a wealthy exile. They need something that can tell me, yo, this is where your wealth is. Sell that shit. Because having to manually click each and every item on my 1 of 4 inventories to see if it's valuable or not, that isn't fun.
Content and gameplay from previous seasons into a more streamlined and cohesive experience. We don't want the game to feel so bloated and confusing, basically. And as far as monetization goes, well, take a guess in the comment section. We've also received some great questions from the community, so what better time to answer them than now? Do you have a timeline for when I can truly enjoy the game on my PS5? Yeah, so while we've started console development, it is definitely not at the top of our priorities right now. No, sorry, that's just being perfectly honest. We think it's much more important to give players a top experience on PC and also, you know, improve what we have going on mobile than to port it onto other.
Moral of the story: just get a PC. I don't know why you're keeping yourself locked to a console. Just get a PC. What up, cats? How you doing? We are watching information about this season, Torchlight Season 6, and seeing like what that is going to entail, I guess.
Consoles. So yeah, improving the.
You're back on PoE. Welcome back. What are you still playing on the same build? You managed to bring yourself from the depths of depression with your specters gone. Oh, how? How did that happen?
Existing experience on PC and mobile is definitely a higher priority than the PS5 port, so no
Farmed with Troll OD. Well, I'm glad RNG was in your favor. So which specters were you shooting for? Warlord?
ETA as of now. Could you guys just nerf Eterna additional max HP and nerf the number of elite monsters? Guys just nerf.
Wait, what? Eterna is a perfect endgame grind system, but some of the mechanics within feel extremely slow and off-putting versus the smoothness and fast pace of the rest of the game. Would this be improved upon? Maybe we could get some points in the Eterna tree to speed up mechanics within Eterna, but make it a bit harder. Mechanics that stood out the most as annoying out of one, where you stand in the white circle to light candle mechanic and the spinning fire mechanic felt very long. Very specific question, but did I have any issues with Eterna? I would say no, but I also didn't farm it enough to have any sort of opinion on it. Warlord and perfect for the Forest Warrior. Good luck. Still on that golem grind. Chaos what? Chaos golem or chaos? I guess it was chaos zoo. Is it zooish Mansa or is it actually just golem focused? I guess golem's zombie focused.
Nerf Eterna additional max HP and nerf the number of elite monsters. I've been a fan of Eterna rank climber. Last season rank 3, this season currently rank 1. Wow. And he goes on about some more changes he hopes to see.
Yeah, he's definitely better spot to judges than I am.
An Eterna rework is actually under progress. And one of our...
Poison, Carrion, Zombie, Phantasm. We nearly doubled our damage doing it this way. Oh. So I mean, this is basically Poison Zoomancer, right? That's a lot of me, because that's a lot of minions. That's a lot of minions. How does the build feel so far, damage wise? And how was getting your 100% poison? Please don't say Zoomancer. I knew I wasn't the only one who doesn't really like the term Zoomancer, but like it's a term I have had to accept because I can't escape it. Oh, nice. Haki, a big damage. I have been playing around with my chains of command, and it's feeling pretty good. Though it does have certain points that I would like to improve on. I just don't know if I want to invest more in the build or not. I haven't decided.
Our main goals with Eterna going forward is
7.5k ES. God damn. Have you gotten your... Did you try to farm a +1 Spectre chest, or are you just letting it be? Because, I mean, that would be quite difficult to farm in SSF.
Is that we hope it's gonna take a much more important role in endgame content.
Unless you get lucky.
The thing right now is that while I'm recording this video, I'm still not sure if that rework is going to be available for this next season or not. So I guess that's only going to be confirmed by the time the season preview comes around. Can we have more events to fill out the gap?
Oh, this is a Q&A, I guess. It is. It does say it up there. It doesn't talk about the next season. I first made just good CI bases and slapped on purity of elements. Okay.
Between each season.
Sounds like a plan.
Based on the current economy of the game, the market pretty much dies out fairly early because the game is...
I would say for this question, I don't think it's about the, I guess, having events to bring people back would obviously help with this situation that they're asking a question about. But even more so, I think having items not time out would have a greater effect. Just because if someone who quit like 2 weeks ago still has an item that's up and you needed that item, well, you can pick it up. All right, Kat, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day.
Based on the current economy of the game, the market pretty much dies out fairly early because the game is so much easier to complete. We need new season to start off fresh. Yeah, so Clockwork Ballet was a special case in this regard. The reason we could not have preseason or any other events was because we could not copy-paste the preseason from previous seasons. Because so much has actually changed in the game that it wouldn't work to just, copy-paste the content and just have it rolling like that. So it would take significant development efforts to have a preseason for Clockwork Ballet. And after much discussion, the team decided that, let's just say that it would be better to actually direct those efforts into developing a new season. Now, this does not mean that this is going to be the rule going forward. So we're still going to try our best to provide more events, not only a preseason, but more going forward. And yeah, hopefully this new season will address the issues that came with Clockwork Ballet, specifically the difficulty curve being too easy, which led to less than ideal retention rates, and the game economy kind of level 80 battle pass rewards feel empty. Most of the time you receive...
one thing I can appreciate about his answers is that it actually sounds like he plays a game and he's not, well, he is to a degree, but for the most part he's not denying the problems that are there. Because in many situations when it comes to like a lot of different games, you have responses to questions like that almost sound like they're denying that the thing that is obviously a problem is actually in fact a problem that exists in the game. So they kind of say, it is going to be addressed, but I don't know how to explain it, but basically that's
revival tokens or Oblivion elixirs, which is not a match for a maximum level reward. Time you receive revival tokens or Oblivion elixirs, which is not a match for a maximum level reward. And even if you get best rewards possible, it just doesn't feel worth grinding at all, so on and so forth. Yeah, I can tell you right.
Why would you have revival tokens as your level 80? That actually just sounds like meh.
Right now that BP rewards are receiving a whole rework. Not just the BP, but the whole reward system in general. And at the time that I'm recording this video, it should actually be done. So yeah, we're gonna reveal the details in our new season preview. Finally, as you guys know, localization has been a huge problem for us. and it's something that we're currently working on. We've been trying to recruit some new vendors for the in-game translation, and we're also redoubling our efforts on LQA. So speaking of LQA, throughout September we're gonna be launching a special English LQA recruitment event. So if you're a native English speaker and you're very familiar with the game, and maybe hopefully some other ARPGs, because that does help, you're the perfect candidate. So we're going to be leaving the details down in the description. You can click the link so you can find out more about the event, what you can earn from it, how long it's going to be, what the rewards are, what the payment is going to be, and yeah, we're glad to have you guys on board. Your expertise is going to be very important to make Torchlight even better. And
if it's in-game rewards or something,
just click the link down below. All right, guys,
let's take a peek at what it is.
Thank you guys for joining in today. Thank you guys for your interest, for all the questions coming our way.
Does it have details?
Here, take this little one, take a little gift code, and claim it as soon as possible because it's going to expire. Yeah, take a little gift code.
I guess we need to remember to use this gift code eventually. I should probably type it out somewhere else, but meh. Yada yada yada, English localization, yada yada. Yada yada. So Amazon e-gift cards. Not bad. Not bad at all.
And claim it as soon as possible because it's gonna expire. Yeah.
Not bad at all.
Stay tuned for the official season preview. It's gonna be coming soon, and stay tuned
and then
for the official launch date reveal.
There is Rax, right? Rax Diablo 4.
Well, he has a review on the he has both, full review, which is kind of long, but one on the rune markers too. Just depends on which one's more interesting to you. I don't think you saw the rune markers.
If it's the camp, okay, the rune words. There are two videos on rune words. One is 17, one is 11. Which one? The 11 one?
I think it's the 11 one. The most recent one for sure.
Then yeah.
Hi everyone, it's Rax. Blizzard just released.
The other one, did it have the list of rune wards, or does this one also have the list?
I don't think it has the list, but he'll talk about them though. I mean,
because he's gonna focus on Barb, and I don't care about Barb.
No, he's not gonna. Wait, what's this video called?
Diablo 4 rune ward testing and feedback.
He's focusing on Barb because they probably have the only good one. So.
But he likes Barb. That's why.
Yeah, but if the only good one is bad on Barb, then I think his feedback is important regardless. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but then I kind of want to know how bad the Necromancer one is. Kind of important.
Let's just say he got summon spectral wolves. That's what you got. Summon spectral wolves. I'm not even trolling. That's what you're taking with you.
Where's the list?
You'll talk about it.
Is there a list somewhere?
Not sure. Maybe Wowhead.
Yeah, Wowhead should have it, to be honest. Because there's no way they really just give us Spectral Wolf and told us to be happy with it.
Increased damage, because you're obviously starved of that.
Because why not?
Take the GGG route.
Minion, 39% increased damage. That's all you need, my dude. That's all you need. Or you want more? How dare you want more? Yeah, these guys can have tormented souls. That's chill. You take your 39% increased damage. You want more? Okay, how about I give you 20% increased damage when you hit an enemy? Would you prefer that? Good, have both. That's basically GGG. It's like, what the fuck?
Like next league is Minion League.
Like, do you know there are two different modifiers? There's one Runesmith enchant that says minions deal 39% increased damage, and then there's one that says minions deal 20 to 30% increased damage if you have hit recently, and that one is more expensive. It requires you to hit. It oh god.
I mean, listen, it's not even.
And it's just worse.
I think it's a fact. You know, they know that. They know it was an afterthought, right? They juiced so hard on everything else, they didn't go it. So we forgive them.
I don't. Have one L. Nah. That's a big L. That's a huge L. And that's not even the only L, because like preseason, they didn't tell us anything about minions, right? They said the affliction corpses were coming back, but in a nerf state. What are the nerfs? You find out. That's basically what we got hit with. They said they would nerf the auras. Come to find out, League Star happens. What are the notable ones I remember? The popcorn specters, their respawn time went from 1 second to 4, basically quartering their DPS, unless you're using like Ignite or something. Hydra, the one notable ability on this poor DPS minion, this minion that does not auto attack, the one ability that was like their bread and butter, the reason people wanted to make them work, they increased the cooldown from 3 seconds to 8 seconds. And this is a minion that doesn't have an auto attack, my guy. There is no auto attack. My guy just uses abilities and then walks around. And they increase the cooldown of 1. And keep in mind, back in Affliction, it was already hard to build around these fuckers because it was difficult. They didn't have the consistent damage that other minions would. So even if you could put them on PoE, it would be difficult, you know? What up, French, by the way? I see your message. You know everything. It's like it was already difficult building around them because A, they were so squishy, so you had to invest so much into their survivability, and B, they didn't have consistent damage because they would use their 3 abilities and then they walk around for a bit and then they use said 3 abilities again. But now one of those abilities is now on an 8-second cooldown, and that is the one you would use for clear because it's the one that forks and forks and forks. So it's like Naji.
I feel you.
And imagine if I wanted to play Hydras on League, that was what I wanted to League start. I didn't have the information to know this.
Mage, I wanted to League start the what's
popcorn?
It called? No, not popcorn. Fuck. The exploding dudes, the people he used for auras. Because he was gonna make that build again. Dark marionettes, I just got them actually. There you go.
Yeah, those are the popcorn ones.
Yeah, but like he couldn't do his build anymore.
Yeah, exactly what I was saying. Imagine if you wanted to League start something that was nerfed and you didn't know how it was nerfed until the freaking day of League start, and not even the day. It was like, it's like without PoE DB, we would have literally no information on what was nerfed. We would have to actually go buy these things and take them in game and watch them to just see if something has changed. And they could have nerfed the damage numbers. We don't see damage numbers, so we don't know. They could have nerfed the scorch abilities of the minions. They could have nerfed respawn rates. They could have nerfed maybe now they have a limited amount of respawns. We don't fucking know. Without literally PoE DB is carrying minion build creation at this point. That's how bad it is. Like without PoE DB, we genuinely cannot innovate in the minion community. We genuinely cannot. If PoE DB and it was so obvious because like it was very obvious this league because the I guess the main person in that updates PoE DB was on holiday on league start, so it was very obvious. And even then, they were still updating it, right? It wasn't like as much as it would have been if it wasn't on holiday, but like it is so painful. It's like we get patch notes that have all of these different changes, yada yada. They tell you how your builds have been affected, and then you can plan around it for the week coming up. And then minions are like, "What about us?" And they are like, "Who? Like what?"
So pained. I feel your pain, man. I feel your pain.
I'm just like, yo.
Your time will come soon. Melee's had their fun. You're next. You're next on the list.
Sure.
Surely, right?
Surely. Definitely.
And all this is fixing PoE 2. PoE 2 will save us too.
Yeah, PoE 2 comes out and they still give us fuck all information. Because like the problem is less about the minions and more about just the lack of information.
Minion compendium in game in PoE 2. Holy.
It can't even
Full
exist.
list. Animate Guardian. You know how D4 players are asking for a locker to change their builds? We get an Animate Guardian locker. Just switch it when you want.
I wish. I wish.
Believe.
I think they have confirmed that the Animate Guardian will be in PoE 2. I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's confirmed.
So I wonder how it's going to be implemented. I am curious because if it can't be anywhere near as bad as it currently is, so I'm curious as to how they fixed it.
Don't dare them! Don't dare them! Don't dare them! Don't dare them!
It can't be like it's. I feel like it would take efforts to make it as bad as it currently is. Oi, Wowhead. Where is the thing? I'm looking for the thing.
I'll just start listing them for you. Cooldown recovery.
Yo, do you know that if they gave us a cooldown recovery stat as an enchant, that is honestly a big change. That I actually would get hype about getting cooldown recovery as an enchant.
Diablo?
No, in PoE.
That'd be nice.
If they give us any source of minion cooldown recovery, so many specters would become viable. Like the list would grow so much. Like imagine Storm Conduit from last league with CDR.
Or even Dark Marionettes would be playable too, right? Because even with the changes they make, then you can actually start scaling.
It depends.
Someone goes for like a dual wielding setup.
It depends. The reason I say it depends is we don't know if that is. I don't remember. Let me see. I'll check the Dark Marionettes PoEDB. I don't think it's a cooldown ability for the respawn, so it might not even be affected if there was cooldown. Perfect Dark Marionettes. Yeah, this isn't cooldown. It's just resummon after 4 seconds.
They hard coded that shit. The last second.
There's no way around it, bub.
The PoE stepchild community is what minions are. Y'all just getting like the Cinderella treatment.
Yeah, we're literally the unwanted stepchildren, just in the corner. The ones they want to forget they have. Monster levels removed in Diablo 4 Season 6. Glyph reworks. New cow level hints. Okay, PTR now live. Where is the runes? All rune recipes. I guess let's look at the all new recipes. Maybe it'll have the runes. Evoke the Spiritborn's Vortex, dealing damage and pulling in enemies. The ones are mythic unique recipes. There we go. All runes, there we go. This is what I'm looking for here. Lol. Why is the first one I read literally travel 5 meters? It's legendary.
Yep.
A legendary rune is to travel 5 meters. This is what you call legendary?
Yep.
Lucky hit chance up to 100% chance against injured enemies. Merciless. It doesn't say what it does though. Does it make lucky hits 100% chance against? I guess maybe it does. All lucky hits, maybe. Summon a spirit wolf to attack enemies for 8 seconds. Yippee! I mean, could be worse. I think.
Rax talks about that, by the way, so you're gonna.
One of them is cast evade. Huh? Because we couldn't just cast evade. We need a rune ward to cast it for us. cast the same non-channel skill 3 times in a row. So this is spell echo, or it's a wicked multi-strike for spells or for skills. I mean, that's honestly not the worst thing ever, and it's magic, so like that's fine. Legendary, reduce your active cooldowns by what now? Huh? Reduce your active cooldowns by 0.25 seconds in legendary rune wards. So how often can this proc? Like, reduce your cooldown should be big, but if this is only proccing like once every 10 seconds, then that's trash. Become injured or,
you know how long it's proccing.
Or CC'd, and it has a cooldown of 20 seconds. I mean, there are a lot of effects. I don't mind stuff like become injured or CC'd, because you can then make a build around being injured or CC'd and yada yada. If there was a way to like scale it to have 100% uptime and yada yada, like those are the kind of PoE-esque interactions that they seem like meh at first, but you can actually build around. So like stuff like this, I honestly don't mind it. But like you see, this reduce your active cooldowns by 0.25 seconds. Unless this is proccing every second or every hit, I don't see why this is legendary. Gain 2.5 this for 5 seconds up to this. So wait. When you get the rune, how does it work? Does Rax talk about it?
As far as I know, it was like, I'm pretty sure, but it's really similar to Diablo 2, where it's a combination of different. I think it's a combination of different rune words, like make a of something happen.
So when you have like, okay, so when it says restore 1 primary resource, what is the condition for restoring the primary resource? What do you have to do?
I'm not so sure of, so maybe he talks about it. Rex will save us.
Yeah, let's see the video.
Rune words into the Diablo 4 PTR, and I played them for the very first time today. And I think in conclusion, I would say runes and rune words are kind of mid. They do make you a lot stronger in the end game, and they do some things well. And there are, I think, quite a few ways for the system to grow in the future, so I thought I'd make a quick video and get into it here. Let's start off with the things that we like. So I think rune words are actually an interesting new way to power up a character. You've got your skill tree, you've got your paragons, you have your mythic uniques, and all these different things that they're interested in the game, the tempering, the masterworking. I like that we're building the systems rather than having it be so basic. So rune words are a new flavor. I'm glad that it's in the game. I like that we get the cross-class capabilities. This is what made it so great in Diablo 2, the fact that you could get teleport on Enigma on any character, or the fact that you get the conviction aura from, was it Bear Malbearist Infinity, right? I used to play Diablo 2 religiously. I like that there's different tiers of runes. They have the magic runes, which kind of suck, but hey, it's your introduction to rune words, and then they have the rare runes, and finally the legendary runes. It's kind of the same thing as in Diablo 2. You get your Tal F at the beginning of Diablo 2, and then you get like your mid runes, like your ums and your is and your pulls. Then finally you have your high runes, the Vex, Ohms, Lows, Sirs, Chams, Zods, Bears, Jaws, all of those. I like that the runes offer different solutions to certain problems that your character might have. You might be very low on cooldown, or
teleport would be nice on Necro,
or you might need a reliable way to get vulnerable.
Did you get that with the new unique? Or aspect?
The metamorphosis? You get your metamorphosis, but that's an aspect slot versus a rune slot. So it depends on what is easier for you to give up, I guess. But I would probably prefer the teleports. Well, no, I guess because metamorphosis makes you unstoppable for 4 seconds after. So it does have an advantage over teleports. But it is an aspect, and we are already very aspect heavy on, on Necro. Or minions, rather.
You might want to reset your ultimate. So it's cool that they're exploring different things that these runes can actually do. So now let's jump into some things that could be better about runes and rune words. So the first thing that seems pretty obvious to me is that most builds are going to gravitate toward the same things in the end game. For example, a Barb's Warcry is so good. It just gives you so much extra damage, and it's just good for everybody, and you can have like pretty much permanent uptime with it. And then there's another one that just starts reducing all of your cooldowns, and cooldown reduction is just a staple in almost every build in this game. Yeah, some builds might take something here or there a little bit different, but most builds are going to gravitate towards something almost exactly like that. So we could certainly use more variety, at least on the high end there. Another thing about it is there are certain runes that give you evoked powers. And when those evoked powers are supposed to specifically do damage, it seems to be pretty worthless. So, for example, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. For example, if I want to...
If you haven't tried it, I suggest Relic of the Pact build for PoE. Strong build with strong mechanics. Thanks. Arcane, wasn't Relic of the Pact the one you were playing on that reserved your health?
Yeah. There's different variations, but yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a Gladiator version on PoE Reddit that was kind of cool because that person gets the max out block. So even if it's, you know, how kind of finicky I had to play. Not with banners, just with the Ascendancy because it's free.
50% of Omnia. Yeah.
So, you know, it's sort of a dodgy playstyle with the Dissolution of the Flesh. They get to not be as dodgy, basically.
With 90% block. When it's
yeah,
falling,
like
right?
Lucky Block and that. Probably not Surviving.
But yeah, they have Lucky Block on as a... I forgot. They just have it.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Cool. And they can actually have higher Lucky Block because they technically don't need to get the -10, but they will anyway, so they can have their spell block. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, my big problem with Relic of the Pact is I don't enjoy watching my life go so low, because I know if I get hit when I'm at full reserved health, I get tinked by a random thing at the exact perfect moment. Now granted, it's hard for this to happen, but it will happen because it's PoE. You just die. So like that's the big if for me when it comes to Relic of the Pact specifically.
Stand still and summon these spirit wolves to attack. And I understand that the spirit wolves are only a blue rune, so they're not supposed to be that good. But if I stand still and summon these spirit wolves, let's see how hard they hit for. Okay, there they are. Okay, let me go attack something so they understand to attack. Okay, so they're hitting for 600. They're hitting for 3,000. They're hitting for, you know, whatever. They're hitting for, let's say, certainly less than 100,000 a hit, right? Well, how hard do I hit for? Well, I can hit for 30 million. 18 million there. You know, this is how hard I'm hitting for.
Yeah, that's just useless.
But Rax, if you make a brand new character, which is, I tried to do this for hours today with chat theory crafting with me. You can see this is why these are in blue gear. That's required level 4. What about if I use these powers on a low-level character? Are they going to trivialize the leveling process and be really strong there? No, they aren't. They aren't strong here either. So my feedback here is when your evoked power is supposed to do damage, it seems to be very weak all the time. An evoked power that gives you vulnerable or gives you a damage multiplier or it stuns enemies, then it's actually doing something. But the damage here is, it needs to be buffed, I would say, significantly. Then so some other things with these evoke powers, the spirit wolves.
So he just stood still and they summoned the spirit wolves, which means I guess this just happens. Which means the CDR one just happens. If it happens like every second you lose 0.25, this is broken then. This is actually broken then, because like there's so many builds. You can make a Golemancer work very easy with this. You can even potentially remove the Reapers that reduce CD cooldowns, because this is so strong. You can drop Decrepify, depending on how you want to go about it. You probably drop one and not the other. I'm thinking Decrepify because I think Decrepify doesn't work with minions anymore. You know.
I think desperately need like the Necro Minion AI treatment that they just had. They just wander around and they bite some stuff every now and then, and they have very low health. I would love to use these Spirit Wolves. I would love to love them, but they need some love right now. They need to be way more vicious and powerful. Another interesting thing that I tried is I equipped the Rogue stun grenades onto my Lightning Spear Sorcerer, because I wanted to see if I could stun the bosses way faster. And I got some shocking results. I actually staggered the boss slower with the stun grenades, and I'm assuming it's because of some kind of a mechanic where the stun grenades are taking away a different stagger mechanic that my character already had, and that stagger mechanic that I already had does more stagger than the stun grenades or something. I wrote Blizzard a paragraph about it, and it's just not what I would have expected at all. I would have expected one of...
I don't get it. Did it reset his stagger to a much lower point, or did he add to his stagger, but it didn't add as much as his build would have added? Not exactly too clear on that. Sounds like it was the first one. If it was the first one, then that's trash. But it wouldn't surprise me that there's yet another bug. Also, I think I heard about a bug that was happening on Diablo PTR, where you couldn't drop, was it uniques or legendaries past a certain, like you couldn't drop the item power legendaries you need or something along those lines, or they would drop, but you can only temper them one time, even in the higher torments. So you're not getting better gear pretty much, and you keep facing tougher and tougher enemies. Some bug like that, bug in Blizzard. They somehow never what's what I'm looking for here, they never fail to release bugs. And granted, this is the PTR, so like understandable-ish, but like that's a bug that should never have even seen the light of day. Like, how do you even, unless like there was zero playtesting, in which case, you know, I guess we are the entire QA, we're the entire QA process in the PTR is basically what it means.
The uses of these stun grenades to boost my stagger damage, but it seems like if you already have good stagger, can actually lower it, which is like a reversal and doesn't make any sense. Another thing that I don't like, kind of on a similar note, is the jeweler has a required level to engage with them. I don't know what I think it's 20. I couldn't use the jeweler already at 11. And this makes it very annoying to use rune words on your alts. You have to find the blue gear, put it in your stash, go back to your main.
Blizzard is really strong to make customers pay for the privilege
with the, so you can put in the runes, and then in order to use it on your alt.
On the bright side, at least they aren't calling this one early access. Early access was exclusive to the BS they did start of season 0. Hasn't happened since. But yeah, this we are basically QA testers here.
There's already a workaround here to get around this, so Blizzard can't say, no, we don't want you to have sockets or runes until level 20. There's no level requirement, and I can already get around it by trading it to my main, so I think you make the jeweler have no required level. Similarly to uniques, there's no denying the power level here. Like a Barbarian's Warcry, I keep going back to that one. It certainly makes you way stronger. But I would like to see runewords get a lot more crazy and bold, similar to like what the unique treatment that Blizzard underwent with those. I would like to see them do crazy things rather than give you, 40% more damage. Similar to that feedback, runewords in the current iteration of the game currently give us more of what we already have. They give you more cooldown. They bring back,
it's
they
a shame
reset
that
your
it's a shame
ultimate.
if they don't enable, if there aren't some that enable an entirely new playstyle. It's kind of the same way I feel about the runesmith enchants and minions, but I also understand like that's specifically for minions. Runesmith as a whole introduces many different playstyles. It even introduces Bama to a degree, like the add 5% as cold damage to bows. That is honestly pretty decent. Now, if that extended from bows, I think that was my only problem with like that runesmith enchant is why restrict that to bows. I don't understand why you would say this is only for bows. It's actually not meh. It's meh for minions. It's not meh. Just specifically for minions, it is. Because we didn't get anything. We genuinely did not get anything. We only got minions deal increased damage. That was all we got. Now, this is the reason I have also been playing around with Chains of Command. Because in my head, Chains of Command can use these enchants. And as such, I can then extend the use cases for where, like, they did the thing and put it on my minions, kind of. That's kind of the idea anyways. Price of power runes make it unreachable or irrelevant? Yes and no. I would say power runes have, for the most part, become more reasonably priced. Right now, they're about 5 divines. I would say it's still expensive and is kind of meh in that regard. But I wouldn't say it's unreachable, right? I do think having a 20-ish divine cost for a runesmith enchant that has a 50% roll range is kind of insane. Like, not even 20, I think it's 15 divines, but it's kind of insane to me. So you would casually, if you wanted a perfect roll, have to spend 750 divines. So in an SSF environment, it's entirely possible you would never, and I mean never, get a perfect roll on this, unless you found the perfect weapon and you were just throwing all the runes. Even then though, it wouldn't work. Because if you can farm the amount of currency, you don't need more power. I mean, I kind of disagree, because I don't think it takes too much of too strong of a character to farm the currency needed. It's just, the question is, how perfect of a roll do you want? Because if all you want is that enchant, all you have to pay is 15 divines, as an example. But if you want the perfect roll, then the price scales up. It's the same for like the tormented runesmith enchants. That is a very expensive one. It costs 13, and at even 5 divines a pop, you're still looking at 65, 70-ish divines on just the power runes alone, not including the other runes. So it's very expensive, but at that point, you can still farm with a worse build to get to the point where you then buy your enchant or whatever. Like, it is still an option that's available to you. And not only that, it would still be a decent power spike for you. Now this is the one problem with this, right? This is the one problem. The problem is, with a price like that, you are not going to want to use it on any weapon that is not perfect. And that is where the amount of currency really balloons, because then you would want perfect items to then use the insanely expensive craft. So then instead of having like a 65-ish divine price tag, it actually has like a 300 divine hidden cost somewhere, because you have to craft the perfect weapon before you would spend the thing there, and like then you see the problems with this. But yeah, my biggest problems with the rune smithing system in PoE are it just completely it just completely forgot about minions. It still pisses me off, and I think it will always piss me off that it just forgot about minions. 1, 2, like we just said, the cost of some of them are ridiculously high, and I think from an SSF standpoint, it is not the most feasible to expect to make multiple of these in a season, and that is bad. They shouldn't be as rare as they are, or not even that. They can be as rare as they are. You shouldn't need as many as you need for the rarity that it has. That is what I'll say. For as rare as it is, you shouldn't need like 16 of them for any one enchant. But there are some enchants that cost 16 power runes, right? What else is there? Those are the two biggest problems, and of course there's a whole plethora of like smaller issues where a third problem. I think the bases they lock these runesmiths to are too restrictive. Add 5% of ES to damage of the weapon, or to like add 5% of your ES as added cold damage for the weapon is a strong enchant, but locking it to bows just is I don't see why you would do that. Same thing with 100% increased early damage being locked to swords, or gain 40% of early damage or physical damage as early locked to two-handed maces, or the list goes on. All of these enchants, I see no reason why they are locked to the base types they are, and not at least expanded to like maybe all two-handed weapons, or all this or all that. It's just kind of meh. I don't know if we can add SSR to the conversation. PoE is balanced around trade. Yeah, PoE is balanced around trade, right? I can, like, it's obvious. But what I'm saying is, from an SSF point of view, the reason I bring up SSF is there shouldn't be anything realistically that I would want to use in a build that I just, especially when it comes to the season mechanic, that with a good enough time investment, I shouldn't be able to farm myself. It might be more efficient to, farm XYZ mechanic and make X divines per hour to then buy from trade. But if I wanted to farm it myself, I should be able to, in theory. It's allowed to be rare. It's allowed to have a low drop rate. All of these things are perfectly fine. But the rarity to how much of it you need, I think, is a problem. I think that is the biggest problem right now. Because if the most expensive enchants required 4 power runes, the price of it would be way lower. It'd be more accessible, and you'd feel more open to using it on a non-perfect weapon because it is not nearly as bad. But that is not the case. That is so not the case. It's like the brutal players, they have chosen. Do you mean like ruthless? I think it's more than rare. It's gated behind all the town things. I don't mind it. I don't even mind if the bosses never drop power runes, I'll be honest. If they were locked to like maybe time runes as the only things they dropped, and if it exclusively came from shipments, that would be fine. Or if vice versa, if it only came from bosses and not from shipments. Now I think it should definitely be coming from shipments. So I don't think there's a universe where you do all of that to develop your town just for it to not drop power runes. Poison minions. Where's Spectre? Oh, are you talking about my build? I'm currently running Chains of Command. So we're running Poison Elemental minions. No Spectres here because Chains of Command doesn't allow you to have Spectres. But yeah, it's a very fun build. Before I forget, because I will forget. Let me put everything I removed back in my inventory. But yeah, this is basically, I'll run a quick map to show you what it looks like. But it's a very calm build. I like it. It's very satisfying. And it's probably the most comfortable map runner I have made this league. It's just so comfortable for map running. Single target is, you know, less comfortable as you would expect with Chains of Command. But yeah. And it is very tanky to big hits. Very durable in that regard. Yo, tell me why I'm playing PoE and my hand is still like on deadlock controls. Like in my head, I'm still using WASD. But yeah, it's a very comfortable mapping experience overall. You just run around, click this stuff, watch it explode, loot, and you really don't have to do anything. Single target, you apply your mark, that triggers despair. It can also eat DD, so long as the health of the mobs in question is not too high. So like strong boxes are a very perfect strategy for it. And again, a single target is not bad. It just has a ramp time, especially if you don't have max swords. I don't want to eat DD because I'm trying to level. Because you can't really tell the difference between DD you can eat and you can't, so I just don't risk it. Oh, but and my AG, I have no words about my AG dying. He's tanky. What's my favorite farm this league? I have a nice Impale Spectre build with Affliction Sword Spectres. Impale is probably pretty good. Not the best, because it's definitely been stronger. 100%. But it's still doable. It's still very doable. The build is kind of weak to dots, so that's one thing to keep in mind. But yeah, my favorite farm this league, I would have to say it's between strong boxes, because strong boxes, I enjoy strong boxes, right? It's why I've been doing them so much lately. So it's between strong boxes and Harbingers were decent, I think, but I prefer strong boxes to Harbingers. I typically like June. Harvest, yes, that's the one that's competing with strong boxes. I like Harvests. Thank you for the divine. But yeah, currently busy. Will be letting your stream in the background. I'm going to ask for an explanation later. But yeah, that is what the clear looks like on the build. Oh, we dropped the Dream Feather. Not bad. I feel like it should be decent dust, so I cannot complain. Anyways, back to the video. I have seen the worst SSF mode. I don't remember the name. You have to play the town game, send cargo, send mappers. Yeah, you see, I'm kind of biased because I like the whole concept of the league mechanic. It could have been maybe better implemented in certain areas, but overall I like the concept of it. I don't think it should be as goal demanding as it is, and I don't think power runes and whatnot should be as rare as they are. I would say you should be able to grind power runes. I don't mind the whole boat system. What I would prefer is if you could get crops in your maps. If you could get crops in your maps, then you could grind it out and get your currency that way. I think that was one of the awkward parts about the league mechanic for me. It's that the part you can grind, i.e. the metals, don't give you currency, they give you items, but items quickly become not valuable, you know. It's the name of the game. People craft better gear. The random gear you see is no longer like that worth it. That being said, with recombinators, it's actually still decent because you can recombine different base types. There's still a demand for it, all of that good stuff. But I would say it's backwards, where the thing that should give you currency is the thing you should be getting from activity, if that makes sense. Well, I actually don't mind it because at the same time, the more casual audience still gets a good amount of currency from it. So it's like, what I would have preferred was just if both of them, like crops and metal, contributed to getting currency back, and then maybe metal just gave more gear, but you could still get, you know, currency. Like that I'll be fine with, if that makes sense. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. I'm not convinced there is a casual audience for PoE. Oh, I think there are. I have met some people that were too casual for PoE, so they left it and they went for like Torchlight, which is a lot more casual friendly. But there are a lot of people who just, I mean, because what exactly is not casual about PoE? If you just pick up, if all you do is you follow build guides, right? You're not worrying about POB, whatever. You see a nice build, you open the POB and you get the things that are listed in the POB. The only thing that's not casual is the amount of grinding you would do, but you don't have to grind as much as, like, you know, as much as I do. You can literally grind for like 2 hours a day and you'd still make progress. You'd make way slower progress, but you still make meaningful progress. You know, you could grind for just on the weekends, you know, play like 6 hours on your Saturdays and Sundays, and that's all the grinding you're doing for the week. Those I would say are still casual players, but they would still be able to get meaningful upgrades.
They give you more vulnerable. They attempt to give you more stagger. They give you more resources. The next iteration, I think, of runewords, or the next evolution, would be give us things that aren't available in the game. If the rune
12 hours a week is not a casual regimen. I mean, it depends on your definition of casual. I see casual as I basically see casual as people who have way less time to spend on the game. 12 hours a week can still easily be considered casual. You're not sweaty, you're not no life in it. 12 hours in a... How many hours are even in a week? Let's see. 24 times 7. 12 hours after 168 is like, that's chill. 1 hour a day. I mean, I started with 2 hours a day. 1 hour a day is still fine. 1 hour a day, you hop on, you grind some gold, you maintain a lower econ map, or not map, town, so that your town is up and running till tomorrow. You have maybe, let's say you have your maxed out, not maxed out, but you have decently leveled farmers, and then everything else is just lower level, but you're not really disenchanting much. You're not using map runners. Your town cost isn't that much. I can, like, for example, I can farm 30k gold a map. A casual player who's been doing 1 hour a day since league starts, they should be able to get to the point where they are making like 10k, 20k a map, and their town should be costing them like 5k, 10k a day, 5k, 10k, maybe an hour. So with 1 hour of grinding, you easily have enough gold to keep those farmers working till tomorrow, and that's all you need. You only need your farmers working. And if those are the only people taking a salary because your miners are not doing anything because you're not playing, your smelters are not doing anything, your ships are at port so they're not costing you money, your disenchanters are chilling, nobody's working except your farmers. Like, I think right now my farmers are the only people working, right? Yeah, 16k. And keep in mind, this is a situation where I have level 10s. I think I have like 2 level 10s here. So like I have 8 level 10s already, and everything else is level 9. So I'm not the casual player. The casual person would have like maybe level 5s, level 6s. This wage cost would be all the way down like 6k an hour. They can farm that currency. It's not much, but eventually they'll get to the they will get their currency. Like, all they have to do is send shipments once a day, if even they want to. They might want to save up for a 50 mil shipment, and if they do save up for a 50 mil shipment, then they can get mirror shards. You know, it's like, if you keep your farmers working, you will get there. So like, this league mechanic, very friendly to the casual audience, so long as you are able to put in time you're able to put in a little bit of time every day versus a lot of time once a week. Well, I guess if you put in a lot of times once a week, so long as you do not turn on your, so long as you are not using map runners or increasing the gold cost, you can stack up like a week's worth of wages in there and then just call it. But yeah, 1 hour a day for 7 days a week, that's still 7 hours, and you can still make good progress. You're not going to be farming mirrors or anything, but like, in an hour of my farming, if you get like 5-10 divines and you come back next week, or you keep doing that every week, in 4 weeks you have a decently put together build. Things aren't really expensive in the current market. You can easily afford gear. Now, crafting, you're not going to be going for the insane items or combinations that, like, you know, us less casual people are doing, but you don't need T1 everything. You don't need all of these things. You don't even need to be able to farm T17s, to be honest. You really don't. You can farm T16s. You can spend a lot of time in T16s and you'd be fine. And I do think there are a lot of people who play the game on a more casual basis and they have fun. Because at the end of the day, if you have fun, that's all that matters. I do think PoE has a more casual audience. I will say PoE's casual audience is probably still more hardcore than Diablo 4 audience, but you know, that's to be expected.
RuneWord system is independent, then it should be able to grant us buffs and powers and benefits that are actually not available anywhere else, making them more interesting. So as an example here, one of the most powerful ones is you get Warcry and you get massive damage, but you don't actually notice anything different about the gameplay. The number goes up, the boss HP goes down faster, and I guess that's nice, but it doesn't actually change anything about the gameplay. So as an example of something different would be Tyrael's Might. Tyrael's Might, when you put it on, you get that Divine Barrage. And if you're doing like lower level farming, that Divine Barrage might actually do a shitload of damage. You have like that shrine that's shooting out all the little bolts everywhere. Now you're seeing a difference. You're feeling a difference rather than just number go up, boss health go down faster.
I would actually even give a counterpoint to what he just said about Tyrael's Might. I don't think Tyrael's Might changes the gameplay in any significant way. I think Tyrael's Might suffers from the same thing that he's complaining about, which is it doesn't have a significant difference. Like, yes, you're able to use the shrine. Maybe if you make a build around the shrine, that's different. You know, that is that would be different enough, but in the current state of Diablo 4, you cannot make a build around that. It doesn't do enough damage. You just cannot. So for the most part, you're still going to be playing the exact same way you're playing before. It's just now you're seeing bolts flying when you use skills, I guess. The bolts, they do okay damage at best. They don't do earth shattering damage, and they don't do like maybe for trash mobs, but you know. By the way, Heliax, yeah, if you want an explanation about the build, just let me know when. It's very straightforward, really. It's just change the command. It's just with poison, a poison elemental weapon. In every trade game, every build tends to be the most efficient ways to generate currency. In PoE, there is a build diversity because we have different ways to farm. And you really can't, you can't really cut numbers go up. Oh, you mean when like numbers go up? I mean, you technically can see when numbers go up because everything dies quicker. So you can notice, but sometimes it's not that obvious, right? I would say PoE's biggest strength is what you said. It's that there are multiple ways to generate different kinds of currencies. So everything stays relevant and you can get a variety of gameplay out of the same game. You're able to, like, at the end of the day, all we're doing is we're opening the map, we're killing monsters, we're picking up stuff, and we're leaving. But by having these many different avenues to pick up many different kinds of loot, you make the process feel a bit less monotonous, and you're able to distract yourself from the repeated actions that you are doing enough to have fun. But in D4, only thing that matters is really, I guess, gold for trade. Other than that, the items, that's all. And the items you find in Hell Tides are as good or exactly the same as the items you find in Nightmare Dungeons and the Pits. Maybe one could be slightly more deterministic to be better, like maybe more guaranteed to be like 2 GA or something. But for the most part, it's all the same loot you're getting. The gameplay feels the same amongst Nightmare Dungeon to the Pit. The only difference is with like Hell Tides, you're on the surface running from point to point. Nightmare Dungeon, you're running from point to point. You're just underground now. The Pits, Infinite Dungeon, you just teleport to the boss when you're done. That's it. Gameplay wise, it's still the same, regardless of what you're doing. And that is why I think I get bored of Diablo 4 as quickly as I do. It's because the exact same thing I'm doing to level up is the exact same thing I'll be doing in the end game, and I don't like that. I think that's why I can appreciate PoE and its compulsory campaign, because I get to level up the first 60 something levels and I get to do some, and I get to break the monotony of what I was doing to get the currency or whatever before I created this character. I'm able to go through the leveling process and actually, you know, feel something different before I go back to farming that same thing. I mean, you can't really go against the DPS inflation at the detriment of way efficient alternatives. It depends. You don't have to play meta. You don't have to be the most efficient at what you're doing. If you're a very casual player with 1 hour a day, you might want to go for max efficiency. That way you're able to make as much currency as you can in that 1 hour. But you need to understand something else too. PoE is actually a fun game. Like, playing PoE is actually fun. Like, when I play PoE, I play not only to grind currency, but just to play it. So these people who are more casual might be, if they're doing the same thing, then they don't really mind that they're not making peak efficiency. They might actually just be playing to have fun, you know. Or you like the look of, let's say, ball lightning of orbiting. You like the look of it. You like the look of Spark with its Spider MTX or just regular Spark. You like seeing it bounce off the walls. You like seeing things blow up with Herald of Ash. You like auto bombers. You like Fulcrum. Like, you can genuinely just like your gameplay loop and you just play to have fun. Then after that, you then consider profits. No fun allowed. Lol. But like, that's what I mean. Is like, you don't have to go for the most efficient, even if you're a casual player. Plays tower defense to a minion build. Fuck efficiency. Exactly. I enjoy playing minions. I enjoy the play style of minions, so I always make minion builds. That is my primary reason for playing minion builds. It might not be meta, and that's even why I'm messing around with off meta stuff, because it might not be meta. It might be harder to get the same results that meta does, but it offers a different play style. It offers a breath of fresh air, and you know, I can mess around with that. You know, I can vibe with that.
You could do crazy shit like summon Shenron from Dragon Ball Z, and this green dragon flies around everywhere and kills stuff. You know, it's an extreme example, but I'm looking for stuff to make me, it's again, like kind of like my feedback yesterday. I'm looking for a dopamine hit. I got this rune. Look at my gameplay. Look at what this new power actually does for me. No one's gonna really feel 40% more.
It depends though. It depends. If they give me like 200% movement speed, I will feel that shit, you know. Barbarian shouts, well, you know, their shouts give you movement speed. If that is part of the gameplay, I mean, I like that. But yes, it's still gonna be boring, to be honest. I'm a junkie. I need a new drug to get my fix. That's how I feel with minion builds. That's why, like, in my current state, I'm actively looking for a new build, and it's annoying that I haven't been able to figure out something that is good enough to work with, if that makes sense. The fuck even is meta and PoE, to be honest. There's no competition or proper ranking or stuff like MMOs have, where they have to advertise their rankings. I would say yes and no. There's actually meta in PoE, and the reason there's meta is because a lot of people like to measure their fun in divines per hour. And so if they're making less divines per hour, they're having less fun. If they're making more, they're having more fun. So they would go for like the Molten Strikes of Zenith. That build is super expensive, but it's super crazy. From what I hear, you have like upwards of 1 billion DPS, and you're basically immortal. You know, there isn't really any content you can't do, and anything you so much as sneeze at dies. So you're able to inhale massive amount of currency per hour playing something like that. And people like that because it's currency per hour. Now, what are you doing with the currency per hour you're farming? That is the question. Are you going to use that to fund a build that is going to be inferior to that? Are you going to be, what exactly is your goal? That is the ultimate question, you know. If I ever, and I mean ever, made a build like that the entire purpose was to farm, The reason I would do something like that, which I don't think I can ever do it, because if I did it, I would end up just quitting the season or the league then and there, most likely, or it will lead to me quitting the league. But if I were to ever do something like that, then my reason would be I have an expensive build that's coming up, and this expensive build will fund it, which is not how I play PoE. So it's probably never going to happen. But if it ever did, I can see that one reason. PoE is ultra competitive, currency first, the mirror item, but the end game and ultra end game is really sweaty and for hardcore. Yeah, that's the thing. My definition of ultra end game is not a place that casual people ever have to reach. It depends on your reason for playing the game. I play the game because A, I stream it, and B, I have fun playing different kinds of play styles, right? This is the reason why I never go like mirror tier into any one build. But before I get too invested in it, I'm probably re-rolling another character for something else, because I enjoy playing different builds. I enjoy playing different builds. Casual players can reach this 16 in an accessible way. Oh, they can. They very much can. In acceptable time, they can. T16 is not hard. Like if you said 8 mods, maybe, but they can. I hit T16s on league start weekends. Like it's not that difficult. Now granted, league start weekends I'm typically live for like obscene amounts of time, but this is a time when everything is quote unquote expensive. I can't really easily access 6 links. I can't easily access the gems I would want, things that would make me stronger. Right now, if I were to league start, I could be in T16s in less than 20 hours. Less than. How much is a T16 chess piece that actually has stats you would like? How much are 2120 gems? You wouldn't need 2120 gems, but like that is as an example. You say that because you are a veteran of PoE with the game knowledge. I mean, fair, but like the information I have is information that you can easily get from a YouTube video. Like for example, if I were to load up a Righteous Fire character right now using Pox's guide as a casual player, I will get to T16s within that time, because his guide is like so detailed. He has the entire website encyclopedia, yada yada. Like the information is there for me to get. It's not like the information is hidden behind closed doors. Like it's accessible. Remember, we're not talking about like 8 mod maps, because that one needs a bit more investment and all of that. We're talking about like just getting to what you call it, T16s. Yeah, you can. I don't even think metagaming is not being casual. I can be a casual player using a meta build and I'm still casual, playing one hour a week. It's like when Penance brand was broken, if I was playing 1 hour a day, I'd still be a casual player even though I'm using a meta build. Yeah, I'm stronger, but you know, still casual. And like that's just an example. Righteous Fire is not meta. How long would it take for a casual player to kill Maven? Why does a casual player need to kill Maven? For Void Stones? A casual player would just buy that from TFT. I would. It's not SSF. How much are they going for on TFT? Let me see. Is anybody still doing Void Stones? Boss carry? Yeah, 1 divine. And that's like for the Uber yada yadas. Maven is 60 chaos. No, this is your map, your loot. Sirius 120 chaos for my map, my loot. Maven Voidstone 110 chaos. All Voidstones, 4 divines. Yeah. Casual player would not know what TFT is. I think casual players would because it's talked about enough. Like, people have talked about TFT a lot. Like, when you talk about, like, farming essences, they tell you bulk sell on TFT. I can be casual and know how to bulk sell on TFT. I can be casual and know how to, at least, because, like, essences aren't easy to bulk sell. I can be casual and know how to bulk sell scarabs. You know, I can be casual and know how to do these things. Casual doesn't mean I have zero knowledge. It just means I don't play for that long. Like, I take my time with it. I am playing at my own pace, you know. Like, casual players would have access to this information. There is not a single video you would look up on essence farming that would not recommend using TFT. You know, I don't think there's, like, unless you're like you're a console player, but even then, you just console is its entirely different ball game that's like outside the scope of this argument. We're talking about PC here, and like PC, yeah. Just because I play 1 hour a day doesn't mean I don't have the access to the information that I need to succeed in PoE. I don't need to understand how pen works. I don't really need to understand how dots work. I really don't need to understand how leech works. I don't need to understand how any of these work. All that, if I actually follow a build guide and the build creator knows what they're doing and I follow it to the T, that's all. I have a functioning build. I know what to look for in items. I don't need to know how to craft items. I just open trade, look for certain stats, and, you know, stuff like that. What kind of knowledge is expected of a PoE casual? Well, knowledge of what you call of TFT for bulk selling if you're engaging in any sort of strats that needs that. Starting with looking for meta build and selling stuff is not casual anymore. Why not? What is your definition of casual is my question, I guess. Because casual doesn't mean you're not a gamer. And regardless, like, even in D4, for the players that only play one, that have like 10 children from 8 different wives, and like they play one hour every 2 days, they still go to like the Diablo 4 Discord and they'll still ask for the best build. Like, you know them because they always ask for the best build. So looking for meta or doesn't mean they're not casual. Off topic here, console players don't exist. Yeah, I played PS5 console PoE. The market was just disgusting. Essences were outlandishly expensive. Everything was disgustingly expensive. The trade market was not sorted according to price. We don't talk about console. I really like, people kept talking about console and it people kept talking about console and how I guess how it has a trade interface and yada yada, and I had good hopes for it, but then I tried it and oh my lord, was it bad? Nah, it was terrible. It was terrible. Casual is time investment, not knowledge investment. Yeah, pretty much that. I agree with that. Like, you don't have to not have knowledge to be casual. And I can be very casual and still go for a meta build because that is modern gaming. I don't think there's a single game you would start. Like, take Deadlock. I started Deadlock yesterday. I'm not your casual player. I'm already at the point where I kind of know what the items do and I can make in-game decisions based on what I think I would need because I have a lot of experience playing MOBAs, right? I can already picture that there are a lot of like more casual people who do not engage with games like these, who would get in and think of, oh, what is the best build for this person? And they're not thinking of like the situationals, I'm taking too much of X damage, so I'm going to get X defense. You know, I'm taking too much. They just build the exact same thing every single game. They play one game a day just before bed, and that's still a casual player. And even if, let's say, even if I was playing it, because even as a no lifer, I can still play it casually. Even hardcore gamers can play games casually, because if I were to, let's say, play Deadlock once a day, I'm a bloody casual. I'm not a casual gamer, but I'm a casual in that game. I'm nowhere near as good as the quote-unquote sweats. I'm nowhere near as good as people who are actively trying to play every single day and improve. I'm a casual. Even though I play 20 hours of PoE a day, so long as I'm only playing like 2 hours or 30 minutes of that a day, I'm a casual in that game. And I still have the knowledge I have right now, the intrinsic knowledge I would need to play it. I am still a casual. The problem is acquiring that knowledge takes time you don't play, and therefore you don't have fun, and so most you don't take that time as casual. Tainted by PoE, you have theorized the necessities to meta game to understand your game and perform. Acquiring the knowledge again that would take time, yes, but I don't need to acquire too much knowledge to understand. Because like, think about it this way. Everybody knows to cap their resistances. Everybody knows to cap to get, let's say, flasks. Everybody knows to get more links equal more damage. Well, not everybody, but more links equal more damage. And if you don't, you probably just haven't seen a guide. The first advice most people are given when coming into PoE is to find a guide. Whether this is the best for you or not, that is outside the scope of the discussion. But like, finding a guide is the first thing, and the guides would typically have some mention of the defensive layering. Now, you don't need to understand what spell suppression is, but the guide could easily say to get 100% spell suppress. And you would see, oh, this item has chance to suppress spell. That is what he's talking about. Okay, I would just make sure I get to 100% of this. And even if you don't, so long as the entire defensive layer of that build is not centered around the spell suppress, you will die more than they probably do, but you will still be able to play the build regardless. It's behind C defense. I find it obvious because most people who get into PoE do not get into PoE alone. Most people, they get into it by recommendation, or via maybe they saw a streamer they watch play it, or there's typically a gateway into it, and typically that gateway is able to pad the things you don't know. Now for resistances, some people don't know about resistances. Yes, this is true, but I would say those people are not the only definitions of casual. I think that is the disconnect we're having. Your definition of casual is correct for a casual player, but not all casual players fit into your definition of casual. If with my current knowledge in PoE, I were to stop playing the game for like a year and then come back and only play an hour a day, I would be a casual player. I would still have all the knowledge, all the in-depth knowledge I have into the systems of how PoE works, but I'm only spending 30 minutes a day on it. I'm only spending 1 hour a day. I am a casual player. I'm not no life in it. Low time and low knowledge or investment in the game. See, that's the thing. Casuals don't have to be low knowledge or low investments. casuals just have to be, they can be fun oriented, they can be profit oriented. If they are profit oriented and they don't have much time to put into the game, then like that's obviously counterintuitive. But hey, to each their own, you know. But they don't need to have low knowledge. They just need to have low time, in my opinion. If they don't have the time to play the game multiple hours a day or multiple hours a week, yada yada yada, then they're casual. Whether or not they don't understand the nuances of PoE, they're still casual. Crouching Tuna stops playing the game or only starts playing the game after a few seasons for like 30 minutes a day. He's a casual again. He's not sweating on the game. He's not no life in it. I'll put it to you this way. Being a casual is not determined by the total amount of time you've invested in the game overall, but rather the amount of time you have invested recently. And then the definition of recently, you know, it's subject to...
I'm in danger!
What happened, Rank? It's subject to like how much time they are able to invest in the game recently, and then of course each person can have their own definition of recently. But you don't have to have low knowledge to be casual. You just have to not have time. Most of the knowledge you need to do T16s is a single Google click away or a single POX guide away. Yeah, pretty much. Like, if I just opened up a POX guide for Righteous Fire, I can get to T16s. It might take me, if I'm playing 1 hour a day, it might take me obviously more than a couple of days, but I will get there. All you need is a guide that actually holds your hand enough, and you're golden. You don't need to understand why it is you're doing the things you're doing in the build. All you need to do is follow the build. All you need to do, cap your resistances. Pox says to cap your resistances. He says to get certain masteries. This mastery is important. You know, if you follow it point for point, you are going to make a character that can do something. If you follow Pox RF as every starter should, T6s are gonna be flying to you. That's what I think. Because like, let me see. Pox RF wiki. Pox has an entire website for RF. From Act 1 to 10, he has an entire video on the different ascendancies, where it's like a play with me. So you literally see, so he literally talks through, oh, this is what I am looking for. You see how he's building his tree. You see the way he gets through Acts 1 to 10. Like, you can literally just watch him. This is a 5-hour stream or video, I don't know which it is, but you can literally follow step by step if you really need the hand holding. You can see, okay, he got this. This is what I need. He has video guides for each of the ascendancies. He talks about loot filters. He has top 10 tips, starting Atlas, low efforts crafting. If at this stage in the league you don't need to craft. She had some nephews to throw that to. Hard family relations here, and I am stuck playing Stardew. I like Stardew Valley. Yeah, it's an amazing game. Stardew Valley it's a game I didn't think I would like as much as I did. I genuinely didn't think I would as much as I did, but I did. I was very impressed. But like, he has the FAQ here where literally it's a whole bunch of questions. If you control F and you just search whatever it is you're looking for, resistance, maybe Does he have anything on it? Nope. How can I sustain RF on what level? Inquisitor, first fire mastery, fire res, restart the gen, wait till you get a hearthy node on skill tree. On Juggernaut and Chief is this. Your flask setup. You see all the things he has important on. You can probably put importance and see the things he deems as important. What is import? How do I get more dexterity? How do you... It's like there's so much information here, so many questions answered, and in the absolute worst case scenario, you can genuinely still open Twitch and go to whoever it is your guide is following and just ask them about it. You know, if you're playing a Travich build, which I don't think he makes like newbie guides, but if you're following one of his guides, you can pop in and ask a question. Oh, you're dying, what's happening? I think I was watching a stream at some point like 2 weeks ago, and somebody was like complaining about how they're getting hard stumped in, was it Kitava, like Act 6 or something, and he you know, good advice. He told them like, you know, go to Act 5, just go kill stuff, pick up gear, you will find something you can use that will help you cap your resistances, and just go from there. You know, you can fix it yourself if you really want to, that kind of thing. And ask them about it, like whether for minions again. I mean, I like most creators are more than happy. Like, I don't think there's a single time that you would bring a question to me and I wouldn't just, like, if I have the knowledge, I'll answer it. Like, it literally doesn't take a second out of my day or any extra efforts to answer something I already know about. And if I don't, and it's something that I also want to find the answer to, I will look for it, you know? It's like, at the end of the day, I don't think there's a single question you can, like, even if you don't have friends, you have nobody that introduced you to the game, you don't know how anything works, you can kind of figure it out. If you were to go to YouTube and you just put PoE beginners guide, you can put 2024 so it's updated. You have this Passion video that's like an hour long, 2 hours long, and you can see like, oh, what exactly am I missing? First steps, gem basics, attributes, item sockets. What are item sockets? I don't know what these things that on my item are. You can click there, go watch what he says about it. It literally is less than a minute with him talking about it. Oh, I can't wear this, I keep getting attributes. How do I get more attributes? You probably click here. You have this one, Wooly, 7 months ago, 25-minute video, essential information, general tips. A casual player can invest 25 minutes. It's like, if I was going to invest, like, let's say an hour a day on PoE, I can just put 25 minutes into watching a video as I try to figure stuff out to understand. Started playing this shit game because it was on my recommendation. Still regret. Yeah, once you start, like, you just, I'm sorry, your soul is GGG's. Nothing you can do about it. It's theirs now. Like, absolutely nothing you can do about it. But yeah, I think at this call it's just different opinions on what casual is, and I do think you can be casual in this game and get to T16s. You're not gonna get it in a day. If you're doing 1 hour a day, it's gonna take you a while. You're not gonna do a 6-hour campaign run either. So like, it'll probably take you a few weeks, even at 1 hour a day, like a week, 2 weeks, but you get there probably within the months. As slow and steady as it may be, you will get there. Heck, I remember, like, I didn't even know in my first league that Kitava reduces your resistances, right? I had no idea. So I got through, and every time I looked at my resistance, I'm like, wasn't I what? I thought I had more of this. What happened? Like, I guess I'm just dumb, and I didn't. And then I piled up my resistances some more, and of course it wasn't easy getting to resistance cap because I didn't know shit about the game, right? And keep in mind, like, I was a new player just less than 2 years ago. Like, first time I played PoE, not first time, but first time I made it through PoE's campaign was in 2022 December. So it's been less than 2 years since I started playing the game. Now I've invested an obscene amount of time in the game and in learning the game to get to the point I'm at. But I still very much remember how it was to be a complete noob. And granted, I actually had someone I could ask questions to, because I think it was someone in chats who got me to actually try playing PoE. And so I was always asking him questions and whatnot. But yeah, even if you don't have, even all the things I know about PoE, I didn't learn from him, right? I learned the basics. So if you had a friend that introduced you to PoE, you know, you could ask them. And of course, the moment you realize that PoE has a wiki, it goes to the next level. You can literally get any information you need there. First time opening your skill tree. Fucking Jesus. What? Yeah, I still remember the first time I'm seeing it, I'm like, huh? Like literally that was my reaction. It was just a, huh? I was like, okay. I mean, the person that introduced me to it warned me that the skill tree, they warned me to get a guide first. So when I opened the skill tree, I literally was just following it point for point, exactly what they were doing. I would literally go to the POB, because I think it was whose guide was it? It was K. It was K Popcorn SRS. That was the first ever build I ran back in Ultimatum and I think I saw in Act 6. So yeah, it was Popcorn SRS, and I was following her guide, and I would literally only, and I mean I would literally only socket anything that is in the guide that says, okay, so this and this and this. And I think for the first few acts, I didn't even realize there were links in gear. Like I knew there were sockets, but I didn't know there were links. Like there was actually a line going from one socket to another socket saying these two. Like, so I still remember going through all those motions. And even then, how did I even find out there were links? How did I come to realize that links were a thing? I think what happened was the person that introduced me to just randomly mentioned like some about links and sockets, and I think I got curious, like, what do you mean by links exactly? And then he explained that, you know, there are the links, the lines between, and I'm like, oh shit, what? Something like that. It was it was quite the experience. Yeah, like I'm remembering. I'm just remembering all my confusion and all of that. So it was a fun experience. Looking back at it now, yeah, it was fun. Lucky you, the wiki and Reddit, you need to find some player to extract precise knowledge on precise mechanics. My first league was Harbinger. And then rank was 2013. Oh damn, you've been a hardcore PoE player. Back in 2013, isn't that when the game launched? Or was that 2012? First time I started leveling, I picked the wrong class and shit and started full clearing every map. Yeah, that was something I also did. When I first started, I would make sure, like, I would pick up every item that drops to sell it to the vendor, because this is just the natural gamer way, right? You're not going to just leave items behind. And I had the problem because I kept running out of I would pick up items, then I wouldn't want to use portal scrolls, because portal scrolls were so rare for me, and I didn't have enough of them to, like, because I would fill up my inventory, then I'd want to use a portal to go sell it and come back to the map, and then I'd fill up my inventory again, and it's like, oh god, thinking back, that was terrible. But that's how I was playing, and the person I was playing with, I think, was always trying to say you don't have to fill up your inventory, like you don't have to. I'm just like, yeah, but like, I need the currency though, don't I? I need the currency. Do I not? So like, it's definitely a very different game when you think about it from other typical like MMOs and whatnot, because in most MMOs you don't exactly have things that you don't sell because of the presence of gold. And the fact that there's so many different currencies, it's like, I don't know what the things they're giving me back are, but it's currency. So I think I need it. So I'm going to do it. And my portal scrolls were always like scarce because of this. Now the game was already established, but the game ended with Malachi and you did the game 3 times, normal, crow, merciless before going to maps. The Atlas has changed a lot. Letting the hoarding go is a charity. Yeah, like I've heard about the end game way back when and how like originally there was a point when Marvel was the final boss and you would essentially play Act 1, get to Marvel, and then do it again. And then eventually, I think they said Dominus became the final boss. So it then moved from Marvel to Dominus or something like that. And you would literally, and that was the entire end game. That was the entire game. You just play to Dominus and repeat. Like thinking about that, it's like the game has come a long way. Like I can imagine that. Dominus run, like, yo, like thinking about where the game is now and thinking about it where it was then, it is insane how far it's come. It is actually insane. It's literally like playing a whole different game. It's not the same game. Like literally, if you played it then and you come back now, you don't know shit about fuck. Like genuinely, you don't know anything. It's a whole new game for you. Dominus is just acts what, 3 boss? So now you have like 7 extra acts you have to go through. You have to figure out what the fuck the labyrinth is and ascending, what items are, what half of the new stats that probably didn't exist then are, because I know for a fact spell suppress wasn't a thing. I don't know if block was a thing. Maybe not. By the way, Kitaba Resistance, I'm still going through my story today without caring. My mates even watch and yell at me at this point because they can't stand having minus 30% after first guitar. Now, I always try to get my resist higher. I know one thing I always do, even on League Start, is I try my best to get at least 1 cold resistance ring from Marvel, because I have done Marvel fight on 0 res and I've done it at 75 res, and it's a world of difference. And I cannot go back to doing it on 0 res. So like at best, maybe I do it at 30% cold res. Piety without lightning res is also a pain in Act 2. So like that is another thing. Having to deal with the ball lightning without lightning res. Nah. It's not fun. So yeah, I genuinely feel the difference when I don't have like these decent res. I don't have the capped, but I need some res. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna die. Now, the obvious answer to that is to just get good. You know, don't eat the damage, but we all know I'm not that good. Like, I need to ooga booga sometimes. It is what it is. You have to be willing to embrace your inner ooga booga. You know, this is something you need to embrace sometimes. I have it. I have embraced mine. It is a part of me. I am not ashamed of it. I need to be able to face tank certain things. Embrace your inner Ben. Yo, my inner Ben clearly went on vacation because I don't know where he is. He must be on some extended vacation. Because the way I be dying in like boss fights. I mean, I still remember when I tried to do Uber Exarch on my Frostbearer build, and I died to ball phase, and then I came in and I literally shield charged into him charging his big nuke, and I died again. And like I still, and that was like literally just like a month ago, not even a month ago, it was like 3 weeks ago. Like it wasn't that long ago. So like I said, my inner Ben, I don't know what he's doing. I hope he's living his best life, because I don't think I've ever met him. Move like a fly, sting like a bone shatter. A crystal belt was our most prized possession way back then, right? Crystal belt, that's the one that gives ES. Oh. Whew. Now the game has come a very long way. Like, as someone who didn't play then, I'm able to see it and just appreciate the difference. Even the difference between what's the name of Conquerors of the Atlas? Was that the name of the expansion that introduced the Atlas? So like, even just from then to here, it's still a big change. Like, it's still a big change. Steel rings. Right now, all you do, steel rings? Not iron, steel. Don't they give like added fire, added physical damage or something? Oh, Heliax with the Prime, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Playing zombies and skeletons from the first moment, so I even fucked my level history. Yeah, that is I know exactly how you feel about the skeleton and zombies thing, because I'm at a point where I am very tired of leveling with SRS. Like, I do everything in my power to avoid leveling with SRS because I have played it, I have done it so much, played it so many different times. Like, I am tired of it. So like, I would actually go skeletons the moment I can. You know, one thing that actually helps with skeletons early, if you want to go skeletons early, I find the best time to do it is the moment in Act 2 when you unlock minion life, because then you attach minion life to someone's skellies and they can actually survive. And then you're going to keep minion life on them until you have like a decent chunk of like minion life from the tree. So like, you have your renewal, you have your spiritual aid wheel that has minion life. So you have those two sources of regen. Like, then you're able to like maybe drop minion life, but till then you use minion life support and then minion whatever else you want to do. Melee splash, minion damage, maybe not minion damage because that reduces life, but melee splash, phase to lightning, whatever it is you want to do. So even to this day, you haven't touched SRS, not once. Absolution is nice too. I summon skelly totems when I feel like it's absolution. I don't know what it is about absolution, but I haven't been able to get behind it. I don't know if it's because I have to actually kill something. I think that's it. I think I like having on-demand summons and having to kill to get my summons and or hit a rare / unique. Having to do that make it, there's a mental gap where in my head it's taking it from, oh, I want to summon now, so I summon at my time, to, oh, there are monsters now, so I have to summon now. So it kind of takes the decision to summon from being my decision to being the game's decision, because when it shows monsters, that means when I summon. I think that might be like at the core of my issue with absolution. Like, I think for me, that is why I'm not the biggest fan of absolution. I know it is strong. That I know, it is very strong. Absolution, Herald of Purity, and then you just go kill stuff, get your minions, have them kill stuff, goes on.
More damage, or be able to visually see it. And then,
do you know what the beast
one thing
is for
here that
up
Blizzard has
gems?
done.
What's that?
The beast for leveling up gems. You know what that is?
There's a beast for leveling up gems?
So you don't.
I mean, I can find it.
I think it's the wild brambleback.
Beast crafting gems. So leveling up gems. Increase the level of non-corrupted awakened gem. Is that the one?
That should be it, right? That's just leveling up a gem by 1, right?
Non-corrupted awakened gem is wild brambleback. Is it awakened?
Use that to level up my awakened spell echo?
Yes.
I just need 5 of it. Isn't that kind of crazy?
I didn't know this was a thing.
Is this a joke?
I didn't know this was a thing, I'll be honest. I always level up my gems by putting it in my off slot and just hoping and just killing things. Exactly, Heliax, like, that's a thing?
Well, I'm trying to figure out what's the catch then. Or else this would just, if it's 14 chaos per beast, shout out to the fact that someone on the market has 40.
Lol. I think the catch is just that it has to be awakened. Yeah, the catch is just it has to be an awakened gem, but so it can't be a regular gem. But other than that, someone give me my time back. Yo, this is why I always say beast crafting is like it's a whole, no pun intended, it's its own beast, because like there's so many things that you can do with it that I just like have zero idea on. Like heck, I'm even currently leveling up. I was leveling up some enlighten, some enhances and yada yadas, and I didn't know this was a thing. I mean, granted, you're not awakened, so you know, can't do that. But whenever I get awakened minion damage, I always pay the premium so I can get my level 5 and the +1 level. But like, wild brambleback is so common. No, it actually isn't. This is the harvest beast, so it only comes from Einhar memories. But yeah, they are common from Einhar memories of harvest beast, so they're not expensive. The more you know, I guess. The more you know.
That's where these beasts come from? The Einhar's memory of
harvest beast, yeah. Same with like anything that has vivid or wild or what's the last one? Primal. Like this one, wild Helion, harvest memories. Wild bristle matron, harvest memories. Vivid, harvest.
This person really monopolizes this market.
Hey.
Like, they have every one that exists. And they're not answering many. I'm like, 20 please, because they're like minimum bulk 10. I hate the trade market. I hate it.
Lol.
I just want to purchase.
Oh, it's PoE.cl. I put .t thinking my thing would pop up trade. So wild bramblebacks, right? Lakabopto, is that the person?
Yes. Yes. Give it to me, man. Stop holding this shit hostage. What are we doing?
Why not just collapse by account listing and go to the next person?
I've been messaging a couple. No one's responded yet. I'm starting to think this might not be 14C.
Nah, I'm seeing a lot of like 15s and I collapsed it. Yeah, you should be able to find it. Yeah, 100% you should be able to. Price fixing and PoE, an iconic duo. Like it doesn't, price fixing doesn't get better than PoE at this point. I use Beastcraft only for anti-bleed pot. I feel like I've heard about this one. This one, right? This guy right here. What is the...
Yeah, that's important. That's a really important one for...
Yeah, what is
instant
the...
recovery and corrupted blood.
I always just alt-roll it. I don't know. Is it just me? I always alt-roll it. I like... Is it outlandish to alt-roll for it?
You're gonna alt-roll too, but you'll probably get 2 mods and then you won't have instant recovery. Guaranteed.
How do you get instant recovery guaranteed?
It's a Beastcraft.
Oh, so you Beastcraft the immunity and then Beastcraft the...
well, I alt-roll immunity, hopefully no prefix, and then Beastcraft instant recover.
I don't like instant recovery for flasks, so I always avoid it. I'm weird, yes. But yes, I always avoid it. I don't like
getting health back on time. Holy, but I also hate petrified blood. What? Why? Why don't you like getting it back on time?
I like its regening because if I take damage, while it's regenning, it's going to keep regenning. But if I just instant recovery, the number I get for my health is lower. So instead of getting like 2,000, I'm only getting 600 or 800 or whatever it is. And then if I take damage, like I've taken damage, I have to use it again. So I'm using less charges to get back up to full. And if anything, I like extending it too. I don't like I always use divines because they last longer and they give like almost less health per second, if that makes sense. So like they give me more health over the entire duration, but they're up for longer. So when I take a hit, I'm regenning. So if I take another hit, I'm still regenning. And I still get to full health. I don't like having to press my flask multiple times to get to the full health, because I feel like I run out of charges that way. Reroll Synth makes a nice end game farm. Oh yeah. That's the beastcraft I do know about. It's expensive though. Vivid Vultures. Vivid Vultures I know are expensive. Have you gotten your Bramble back?
Yeah, I've gotten 2. Just taking my time with these trades, one at a time.
Yeah, Vivid Vultures are like almost 2 divines at this point, because with the price the divine is moving, easy. Trading doesn't get better than PoE, right? It easily does.
I think beasts need to be on the currency trade. I feel like how taxing it is to get them literally gatekeeps them from so many people. There's so many cool things with beasts.
I would agree, yes, but I don't see it being on the currency exchange because I don't see beasts stacking.
So they just gotta make them stack.
How though?
The mods literally don't matter. Like, no one's picking beast based on the fact that the beast has, you know.
What if the beast? What if the beast has siphon flash charges, and your hardcore Pathfinder?
You can check every beast before you put them in when they're in your.
But you bought them already.
I mean, yeah. I don't know though. I just feel like there's no way this is the good system, you know.
No, if they could, 100%. I don't think they can make them stack, but I think they can make it so you can buy it anyways somehow from the trade markets.
I just accept.
Yeah, or even just yellow beasts, because like yellow beasts, I think they don't stack, but they might as well.
Yeah, that is true.
Like they might as well should. Like there's no reason why they don't. Beast level matters, especially when you are leveling. Oh, they do?
Oh, fair.
What do they matter for?
A big one?
What do you mean? Oh, you mean like okay, so because you're weaker, you can handle the like level 83. Is that what you're saying? Is that why the levels matter? I assume it is. This yellow beast not stacking. Yeah, like I don't understand why they don't stack. I honestly feel it would be more efficient, or more, they would use less resources just not keeping track of yellow beasts and just having like a yellow beast counter instead of having like all the individual yellow beasts. Like I feel like you just save a whole bunch of like space and whatnot by not doing that. Or am I bugging? Like that's how it works, right? You just spend less resources for free. Why don't you just do that? I don't think it's about levels with beast crafting, but I think it's more along the lines of maybe you cannot beat the level 83s. Like they will tier you a new one, so you might just want to buy a lower level of the same beast so you can actually complete the fight, because beast crafting does have a fight, which I can understand. I have no idea what happens when you try to craft and you die. I assume you just get your untouched item back.
You lose. Yeah, you get your untouched item. You just don't get.
Yeah, you lose the beast. Yeah, that makes sense. If you lost the item, then that'd be a steep cost.
Done, which is very nice. I don't.
This is a 60D. It's a 60D gem.
What are you making?
There you go, I guess.
Oh, gem.
Well, the the level.
You're going for
thing.
level 6.
Well, no, the awakened spell goes 60 divines.
Level
I'm reading
1.
this. Increase the level. Increase the level of non-corrupted awakened gem by 1.
Yep.
So now re-rolling this to awaken melee fizz or something stupid. Okay, so let's go.
Well, now you have level 6 awaken void manipulation. Have fun. I feel like that's probably one of the worst.
Oh, that's free. It works.
Yeah. I feel like void manip is probably your worst awakened gem because it just shuts off elemental damage.
Okay, the monster actually hurts. I'm not gonna. He actually starts the fight by slamming you. By the way, like he literally jumps out of his cage and slams you.
Yeah, so. I know the beasts. I hate him. It's the gorilla from purple. Yeah. Only one that's worse than that. It's not even worse than that because like the other big one, the bristle matron, that one warns you when he's about to slam. It does a whole roar that slows you and everything. Then he boom. Though that slam does more damage, as you would expect. But like the gorilla hurts.
I don't mean to complain here. Let me take this off so it stops attacking. But we have these like new tabs which can.
What's that?
Yeah, level 5 now. It's done.
The worst is the Devourer. Oh god, don't remind me of the Devourers. I hate them so much. Cause typically I would be doing harvest at the end of my map. So I've taken on my gain phase as extra fire, cold, lightning, chaos, you name it, I have it. Minus PDR, no armor, no recovery rate, and then I click this node and Devourers just say, well, I'm not gonna take damage unless you take damage, so sit still. And I'm like, bruh, why? Why though? Pop up, drop, try to hit. It's like it's so stupid how they just say, well, I don't take damage now. And then they come up and if you don't let them hit you, they don't take damage again. And then if you don't let them hit you, they don't take damage. So you just. So how does commanding change the command work now? Please finish the video first. No clue how long you have been watching. I mean, I've just been watching an 11-minute video for like 2 hours. It's not even that long. Like it's just 2 hours.
And hold the. So
I will finish the video, then I'll explain the change of command.
The runes, right? So it's holding them here, and they do stack, which is nice. But then guess what? We go over here to the stash, and then it's going to be mixed in with all of these other things, and I hate this. Like, here's a perfect example. Here's all my gear, here are all of our consumables, yada yada yada. I really wish Blizzard would give us a stash tab for socketables and consumables and keys. 6 gear tabs and 1 for each of these for 9 total tabs, I think would not only give us a lot more storage space, but would avoid this, all the mixing and matching. And yes, you could just be way more organized than this and make it nice and perfect and adjust it all the time. But if you would just give us our own separate stash tabs.
Here's a counterpoint. Just make them stack infinitely in your inventory stash tab. That way you don't need to put it in the stash. I would much rather have that.
And that would solve the problem as well. So that's kind of my initial feedback. I did enjoy playing with them. They did make me stronger. They do make a difference in the game. But I think in general, rune words could be a lot more fun, a lot more dynamic. I think some of them that are underpowered could be a lot better. And I think there's definitely a lot of room to grow in this system. And we'll see if they make any changes for the launch. But I'm hoping that this continues to be iterated on as Diablo 4 goes forward. If you have
I can agree with the things you said about this system overall. The cooldown reduction does seem fun, but if we're looking at what you call it, at the wolves, that just seems very meh. Like I see this summon spectral spirit wolf and I think, oh, maybe I can make a build around it, and then it's doing fuck all damage. Like no. Or the crits just gaining crit, stacking crit chance. It could be decent, or it couldn't. It could just be something you probably don't notice. This it's nice power, but you're not noticing this. But this is magic, so it's understandable. But if it's legendary and like look at this, stand still for 0.3 seconds. Why is a legendary power making me stand still for 0.3 seconds? Is this the condition required to activate it? What the hell is this? What is this? What is this? Like, I don't get it. I do not get it. Anyways, need minion necro AI treatment. Does he even know what he wants there? I mean, what the fuck is I don't think he was saying he needs minion necro AI treatment. What did he say again? Because minion necro AI, oh yeah, I remember he didn't say AI, it was just the minion necro treatment, which is they made it so it is scaled off of 100% of our stats instead of 30%. So I think he was saying it in that vein, like make this work in the exact same vein, like give it that kind of a buff.
No, he means AI.
AI.
He thinks they buffed it. He thinks the AI is the AI got improved, right? Like it's not that good, but it got better from worse. And he's saying that they start at that old.
I hate the current AI. You heard me complain about this on stream. I hate the current AI. It doesn't feel like you have minions. They're all over the place doing the artists because they're so fucking aggressive to where you'd be standing here, your minions are fighting off screen, and then a random monster just walks up to you and starts slapping you, and nobody reacts because they're all fighting their own independent battles. Like, I don't like the current AI for minions to even begin with. And this is the current AI that's in PTR. So if that's what he's asking for, I mean, he's not a minion player, so he might see like, oh yes, it's aggressive, that's good. But I play a lot of minions. That is trash. Yeah, I got improved. I don't dare to look at them now. Improved is a strong word. Like it got changed, and in many ways it got improved because now they listen to, like, if you curse an enemy, they're going to attack. I think they've stopped it to where it needs your line of sight to become aggressive. They are more now. They just need to be within a certain range, and I think they become aggressive. Something like that. They change the AI a bit. But the problem I found when I tried the PTR is now they are too aggressive. So let's say you're doing an event and you're in this square area right in the middle of my screen, right? They are all fighting their individual battles on like the corner of the screen. So if something spawns, like let's say where my AG is or where June is, and it just walks up to me and starts beating the shit out of me, they're not going to react because they are already aggroed on something. So even if I walk here, previously they would sort of de-aggro and walk with me. Now they just kind of ignore me for a bit until I literally like walk off screen. Then they're like, oh, let's catch up a bit, and they still, the moment I stop, they're still going to aggro the closest thing to them, which is still not on me. So the problem is still there. It's a problem that if there was like convocation, it would solve, but there is no convocation. So I don't know. I don't think the minion AI is currently in a good spot. But what do I know? I just play only minions, or next to only minions. But yeah, chains of command. How does it work? So the TLDR of chains of command is whenever your AG kills a minion, you have a 100% chance to trigger animate guardian weapon, which basically creates an animated version of your AG's weapon. And when these weapons kill, you have a 10% chance of triggering a lower level version of the same skill. So you want the higher level that your AG is guaranteed to kill. So you give your AG Gravebind, and so all the kills around him are considered his. So you keep replenishing the level 20 swords and you keep going. What we decided to do for this one is we opted in for scaling poison elemental damage, which is typically not a way that is even possible to scale poison on minion builds. But because of this, the fact that this works with the weapon of your AG, we're able to like cleverly use game mechanics. Let me look for the weapon my AG is currently using so I can actually show why this works. This is the weapon I crafted for my current AG. Take note of this implicit. This is the whole reason why it works. All damage from hits with this weapon can poison. That means it doesn't matter if it's elemental. It doesn't matter if it's physical chaos. It would all poison, which then creates the chaos dot that does the primary damage. So we're just scaling phase, chaos dots. For auras, we're running stuff like hatred, which is phase as extra cold, which also increases the damage. We can scale flat fire minion damage. We can scale flat cold, flat lightning. It doesn't matter. All of it's poisoning with this. So then the actual playstyle of this. Good weapon, exploded chest, Gravebind. I figured not even layer cast. We gave him a Mask of the Stitch Demon, so he's regenerating like 90k health a second, and he has like max hits of like 800k. So he's not gonna get one shots, and you would be hard pressed to find a degen strong enough to kill him. So he's effectively immortal. So the weapon we invested in crafting, he's not going to die with. He's also using a shield, a replica Victorious Charity, that is my source of endurance charges, and it also provides frenzy charges to the swords. He's using Legacy of Fury, which applies Scorch, but we don't really care about the Scorch. I'm mostly using it for the Explode. It just feels good having even more Explode chance. I like having Explode, and then Explode chest, of course. So that's what he's currently wearing. Isn't there one affix that prevents regen over 50% though? Yes, there is. And if you meet that, the goal is to just kill that mob before any damage is done to him. But you see, the cool part is he is not degenning, right? And because he's not degenning, even if he meets the mob, he has to take damage to then get his life to half. And then he still has his full life regen, by the way, still 90k per second. But that's why his max hit was so important. He's currently chilling with like 60% PDR, maybe a bit higher, flat PDR, ignoring armor, whatever. He's currently ailment immune, so I don't have to worry about shock. He is currently, he has 90k health, so even at half is like 45k. What else does he have? He's gonna have endurance charges, so with endurance charges he has reduced LE damage taken. What else is there? Like, he has a lot of defenses that help him not get one shot even at 45k HP. That being said, that is still the most dangerous mod that a monster can have for him. But the good thing about that mod, or the less bad thing, I guess, the best evil of the mod is it doesn't roll on like unique monsters, so I don't have to worry about it showing up on like a T17 boss. I don't have to worry about it. There's like it would be on a rare. Now if the rare is like jacked up and doing big damage, like sure, that could kill him. But I haven't run into any rares like that. Typically the rares I run into, and I've just been perma farming 8 mod maps. Oh yeah, no, it definitely applies to minions now. It's applied to minions for the past few leagues at this point. I think the first time I noticed it was like Tota, I think Tota got reintroduced or something. But yeah, it's I don't really guess. I'm very wary. I'm very aware of when I see a mob that has it, but it's not a common mob. It's not a common mob, and that is why my AG's defense was the cornerstone of this build. When I made this build, I wanted I had that mob in mind, which is why initially I did not even want to run Mask of the Stitch Demon, because then he would have his ES pool to defend with once that mob comes. But I just decided without Mask of the Stitch Demon, then he could actually die in more dicey scenarios, whereas with Mask of the Stitch Demon, that is like the only one scenario he dies, and even then the goal would just be to have so much damage that whatever it is that has the mob, the modifier, dies before he does. That's literally the only thing you can do about it. Was a few weeks ago, but I never searched her. He said this issue only appeared at this league again. No, I had it. I literally have videos of it in previous leagues. I think the last time my AG died to it was Affliction, but I still very much remember. I can actually show it. It's my channel. This video. Do you see this? This was Affliction 3.23. Look at it. Oh my goodness, I can't click. Like, watch my AG's health. I think he's already gone. But yeah, it's the same modifier. That's what I was highlighting with the fading. So you would notice like all my other minions are taking damage and they're not regenerating as much as they would. This one, the problem with this one in particular, this build, was it was a popcorn build, and I also went Guardian's Blessing. So the moment he couldn't recover, his health was just draining from Guardian's Blessing, and then he hit 50%, and that is the threshold for the explosion. So the moment he ran into this, like, look at him, his health is just degenerating. Corrupted blood is exacerbating the issue, and pop, because, you know, minion instability. So I'm obviously not running minion instability on my current build, so he still has 50% of his health to work with, and his current health is like 90k, so realistically I'm looking at 45ish k when I run into this mob. So it's still not bad. He's still going to be regening like 70-80k a second, so it will still have to be a big hit. And keep in mind, I've also had situations like this, and he didn't even bat an eye in this. I'm going to show an unlisted video, if I can find it. This is something about T17s that I didn't realize was a problem until this character. But if you don't take minion block and you run a T17 that has Grasping Vines on hits, what is going to happen is they're going to take the Grasping Vines, and we're getting the inside her videos here. Yes, you are. And while I'm very tanky with this build, and so is he, so you would see just how much punishment we both take in this video, but you also see how cancer Grasping Vines on hits is because of all the things that are considered hits. But like, look at my AG. His health doesn't even move. We both get slammed. We both eat all of these different things. He's chilling. Well, we're both chilling, bro. Only thing I died to is like the dots here, I think. And grasping vines also affect the swords, so when they start getting hits, well, they start moving slower, and then they also petrification statues in this map. So, but yeah, he can take insane punishments outside of that one modifier. So when we run into that modifier, his EHP gets cut in half effectively. But I have made sure that physical damage is not a problem for him. So, like, look at this. This is the Anime Guardian. This is not entirely accurate because this still uses ES. So what I do for here is, like, it says 1.1. It's not really 1.1. It still considers as ES. So I use a very simple modifier here. Minions have 100% less energy shield. And I need to remove these 2 R from energy. There we go. So this is going to remove his regen. So this is why I don't run with this fully, like, always there. But this is what his max hits look like without his ES. So now this is just his 90k life. So he still has an 845k max hit of lightning, cold, fire. He has 500k for physical, 500k for chaos. And so long as he is not one shot, he will regenerate his entire life back. So long as he is not one shot, he would be back to full health because of this recovery. You got to start throwing an engine on that wheelchair. I mean, when the game decides you're not going to move, you're not gonna move. The map modifiers just said, well, you think you're going to move, but guess what? We say you don't get that choice. You're not going to move, okay? And you just kind of have to not move. But yeah, he's with 70k regen a second. Even if he's at 45k life, it's still no big deal, really. Like, it's still no big deal. He still has his charges. Well, he might have charges. He will have charges if he's clearing, and he still has everything else that's defending with him. So the same way it was like 500k max hit, it just means his max hits then would be 250k or 280k, something like that. And you're still going to be hard pressed to find, like, damage that does more than that in one hit. So you're still safe. The only thing that I would say would kill him, and this is the thing, you cannot take him to T17s that have affixes that disable regen. So if you're going to do Searing Exarch runes, that is very dangerous because it disables regen. Awakening Desolation is also very dangerous. Oh, what's up?
Hello.
I'm gonna deafen myself so you guys can talk.
What?
No, I'm streaming, so I'll deafen myself so you guys can talk. Because I think Arcane is here.
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah. Anyways, as I was saying, so Searing Exarch runes, Awakening Desolation, these are sources of disabling regen on the AG. So these are mods I never run on T17. He might be able to live through some things, but, like, I'm not gonna risk it. There's no point in risking it. Like, there's literally no point. You don't gain anything from risking it, so just don't. And of course, don't do Maven, because Maven will disable his regen as well. You don't want that. And there's no way for you to control him to not go through the beam in Maven, because he's going to aggro on whatever. And he's going to, even if you dodge it with him, he's probably going to just run anyways to try to hit whatever he's trying to hit. And, you know, the rest is kind of history. But yeah, the play style of this is very comfortable for mapping, because this is primarily a mapping build. I plop my map in, I activate. When I load into the map, I use the Writhing Jar to summon like 1 or 2 swords, and then I start clearing from there. And, like, that's all I do. I summon a sword, and then I go from there. And then as things die, more swords get summoned automatically. Keep in mind, if they kill things far enough away from the AG, you will get the lower level animate weapons. But because you're always summoning them, you will quickly override them, so long as you're killing things in range. Because after every kill, if you look at the base of my character, after every kill, a new weapon spawns, essentially, because it's me that's casting the spell. And then of course you have the added benefit of being able to freeze like weaker enemies, because you're doing a good chunk of cold damage, even though you're poisoned. But yeah, that's the build. It's very comfortable for mapping, as you can imagine. I'm not scared of him dying to DD strong boxes. He has way more max. Like he can tank those boxes for days. Like I'm not worried about him eating it in T17s. That's how tanky he is. And then on single target, you drop Penance Mark, which spawns all these tiny things, these side minions, which you can then kill and summon more swords with. So that's kind of how you, in a single target environment, that is how you would summon more swords. But yeah, that's the TLDR. Is a very comfortable build. And keep in mind, this is not even the best. Like, this is my current AG's chest piece, which I should be crafting a new one soon. My current AG's chest piece is an unelevated explode chest. So the reality is I should have better clear than this, and I just haven't crafted a new one. Because what happened was I lost my initial AG initially when basically it was very avoidable. I did something I shouldn't have, and he died. This was before I started using Mask of the Stitch Demon, so he didn't have the insane regen he does now. And so because he didn't have the regen he has now, what happened was he took a few big hits. He didn't regen because I was using Crown of the Tyrant for more damage. So he didn't regen and he died. So that's kind of why I decided to switch to it's kind of why I decided to switch to Mask of the Stitch Demon, because I would rather have less damage and not worry about my AG dying than have more damage and then be scared my AG is gonna die or have to think about it. So like with this version, I can just turn my brain off and know he's not gonna die. He is for all intents and purposes immortal. One thing to note about this playstyle is that it is, and why its single target can feel very dicey, is that it has two stages of ramp. That is why its single target can feel kind of iffy if you die, which is kind of why I made it as tanky as it is. Is when you hop into, like, let's say a T17 arena, when you don't have any minions, what's gonna happen is you have to spend the time to summon said minions before you then spend the time ramping poison. So it's double ramp, and so the single targets in certain scenarios can feel iffy, while in other scenarios it feels perfectly fine. If that makes sense. So it's just something to keep in mind. But yeah, I just run through, things that explode behind me. Sometimes I convocate, and that's the entirety of the playstyle. Very comfortable. Like now that I have mapped using this, I kind of don't want to go back because this is even less work. This is even less work than Spectres. Any reason we don't throw in shit like 1 to 3 Spectres for Forest Tigers? I wish we could, but the chess piece makes it so you cannot have non-animated minions. So you can have Spectres. The only animated minions that you can use are like AG and regular animate weapons, but you can't use animate weapon or self-reflection because they share the same minion count as the summon weapons. I think you can use animate weapon of ranged arms, but they scale so differently that it's not worth it. Oh, this is your first time seeing the chest? Yeah, it's a pretty chill chest. So that dagger I showed you, that's what he's holding. So whenever he kills an enemy, I summon that dagger to kill stuff. That's pretty much the build. Then we just skill poison, try to become as tanky as we can with as much regen slash recoup as we can have. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now that I talk about it, I actually want to craft a new chess piece. Let's do it. Let's craft an AG chess piece. I want the elevated explode. Let me open PoB real quick. All equipment and gems the player itself wears are for self-defensive. So the things in his chess piece are these are the support gems that are. Yeah, we use auras, we use hatred, we use precision for accuracy and stuff like that. But plus to level of minion skill gems doesn't affect it. We're going for that just so our AG has more levels, which in turn makes our AG a lot tankier. So our AG is level 25, and so he's very tanky. Because with each level gives him a whole lot more health. That's why he's able to have like 90k health and all that regen with mask. Because he has that much health to work with. So for here, that's why we went for hybrid minion deal damage. Like minions T2 99% increased damage, and then hybrid damage and mana, and then our implicit, and of course rune smithing. So this weapon on its own has, what is this, 60 plus 138, so like almost 198% increased damage for minions, almost 200%. And then there's the attack cast speed. I could craft the suffixes, I just haven't been asked to. It's just expensive. I just need to like block sub prefixes and then harvest, add or remove until I have, or harvest, add or remove until I have decent attack speed, and then craft trigger on it. Because I can get a higher attack cast speed roll than this. Is just I kind of didn't want to invest in that. But yeah, I can still pull out DPS. I can still get minion attack speed here. Though I will need to move around stats to do that and whatnot, but yeah. Gonna go for ashes or something for even level or more quality slash rest. Nope. I'm going for Defiance of Destiny. This is just so I can level up. But if it's for the offensive amulet, I opted for an Unetals. You can either go Unetals or you can go also Uprising. I prefer Unetals because then I don't have to worry about using an extra gem socket for a new aura. But this is all the DPS you need. I'm also using I'm using efficacy. Why am I using efficacy when I can just use this? Yeah. So this goes in the amulet slot and then we have more damage. But for the most part, this is how I run T17s. This is how I run T16s. When I level up to level 98, maybe I'll consider switching back. I could show you what this looks like without Defiance, just so you see like the DPS. But that is the more defensive approach. So we don't. So with Defiance of Destiny, we can eat detonate dead from strong boxes very consistently. But this way, We're still very tanky, and we have a lot of DPS. And one good thing about this build is you can run reflect physical maps, because we don't do physical damage with our weapon. We convert everything to chaos using our ascendancy. So we have chaos and elemental damage as our main damage sources. Wait, what? I'm also supposed to get an awakened. What is still alive? Okay, I'm just. Oh, I see it. I hate that strong box monsters can do that. POB says 60k. No, POB isn't taking account something very important. POB isn't taking into account something very important, so keep that in mind. And for what is important that POB is not taking into account, like 60k EHP would not survive T17 Lycia. T17 Lycia doing what I just showed you. What it is not taking into account is Blood Notch. With Blood Notch, and I'm not entirely sure it takes into account Defense or Destiny either. But with Blood Notch, you essentially have a situation where so long as a hit does not one-shot you, it doesn't. You heal 60% of your life from it. So. Yeah, I don't like running minus PDR, because then you actually see like situations where hits do big enough damage to actually one-shot me. But so long as a hit doesn't one-shot you, you'd be very hard pressed for it to kill you. You would essentially have to have a situation where you take like three hits that would sum the total of your health, or 2 hits or something like that, like very, very big hits. And PoE typically doesn't have many sources of that. So you have situations like this. I'm 80% to level what? I'm 80% to level 98. So that is a lot of experience to gain without dying. So just for context, and keep in mind, all this time I have been running 8 mod maps. So it's not like I'm just doing regular T16s. These are all 8 mod maps. I'm farming my own 8 mod maps. I even threw in a T17 yesterday. But I did die in the T17, otherwise I'd be level 98 already. But you see how the Ice Nova from the box, that's a very dangerous strong box mechanic that kills a lot of builds. But I'm able to eat it like it's nothing. Though when there's minion damage as a modifier, it can get spicy, but you know. I figure since the animate weapon counts as spawn from us, we have the leech mastery and we have that as increased sustain. Yep. So with Progenesis delaying some of that damage over 4 seconds instead, and with Blood Notch giving us instant recovery of 60% of that damage, as well as having some leech, that's how we're able to sustain, the damage and then to not die in those situations. Pretty much. Where's my Defiance? But yeah. I'm also using item rarity, and I'm using rarity a gold flask. Would you mind showing Blood Notch again? Sure. I think it's here. This one. 60% of damage taken from stunning hits is recovered as life. And you just have to make sure you have no source of dodging stuns. So I don't dodge stuns, but what I do is I increase my recovery so much so that when a hit stuns me, I don't actually feel it. It only takes 1 tick to recover. So what happens is bigger hits would stun me, and then I don't actually feel it, and I recover the 60% of that damage as out, pretty much. The chieftain trick. What do you mean the chieftain trick? I don't know that I don't think it originated as a chieftain thing. If anything, it actually originated as it's more of a Pathfinder thing, because Pathfinders would pair it with petrified blood to further delay more of the damage, so that they become effectively immortal to non-one shots. So Chieftain Fulcrum does it. I am currently not building entirely around it, so I can still die, but in its full form, this is what it looked like. PoE Blood Notch. This is what it looked like in its full form. Does he show it anywhere else? Like, no matter what happens, so long as a hit doesn't one-shot you. No, this one doesn't. So long as the hit doesn't one-shot you, you're chilling. No, it's not this one. Captain Lance has a video on it too. Like, he has a separate video on it. But yeah, there is one use case that this falls apart though, and I kind of account for that. Yeah, there was a lot of hype around it, and I think it was Tota. So like, you see this, you see his health
hits you, and it does not proc. I can showcase this really quick here. I'll showcase quick. If you're looking at this character,
so this is what it kind of looks like in its full form, with I think this is Progenesis and Petrified Blood and all the tech you need to have every hit stun you.
See, the HP bar doesn't move. The way it works is 60% of the damage is hit to you. Basically goes to your life pool. I'm using Petrified Blood, so it splits 60-40. 60% goes to my life pool instantly. Blood Notch counters that 100%, exactly 1-to-1, and that base.
So, so long as the hit doesn't have enough to one-shot you, you're chilling. But yeah, that is a big part of my defense that PoE doesn't take into account. But yeah, I still have decent defenses even on top of that, because 40k Fizz max it is pretty impressive. Like 40k Fizz max it is not an amount I think most minion builds get to, and for the most part you're not going to meet many Fizz damage hits that do more than that. I am also scaling armor because I don't have access to things like I do have access to Determination Aura, but I don't have access to like the 5% flat PDR from the Guardian Turtle or the PDR from Chaos Golem. Like, I don't have access to these sources of PDR, which I would like to, so I just decided to scale. I full sent armor and also included endurance charges and a few other things to try to pad up my PDR. But yeah, for a build that technically should not have had armor, doing pretty good. Before I even no, we're not going to the next map. We want to craft the chest piece. So let's craft the chest piece. I have money, right? Yeah, I have 52 divines. Yeah, we got money. So let's craft the chest piece. What is the first thing we need? I need a Craft of Exile. I need min 100. He needs to have Crusader influence. It needs to be body armor, and I think it needs to be eye level. I want to say 85, but let's see. Dex. It has Crusader influence. Yeah, 85. And listed, I don't think anything beyond a week. So I'm going to craft our exalted or elevated explode chest piece. Don't you love PoE trade? Finally. Like freaking finally. Oh wait. Thank you. Which league was the Whisper one? Whisper. What Whisper? The one where you had the underground thing? If it's the underground one, it's Affliction, which was 3.23. 3.22 was Trial of the Ancestors, the tree. That was Affliction. That's 3.23. That was 3.23. Okay, we have our base. Next thing we want a... This one should have Hunter influence. Number of influence max 1, and it should be a royal plate, I believe. Yeah, royal plate is the best. Change the crafting method. It's not, there's nothing here in the crafting method. Whatever. I just need an 82. I'm gonna get... Bruh. It is buggy as hell. I want level 84, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go for 84 so I max out their resistance. So Royal Plates. What is max level PDR? 86. So we're going for 86 eye level. It needs to have Hunter and it needs to be eye level 86. Huh. Purple portals actually kind of look nice. Thank you. I also want to check something real quick. I haven't updated this POB in a bit, but for my character, I think I manually added my Aegis chest piece. If I minus 53 from this, or minus 83, we're going to be left with how much overcap? We take away 83, we're going to be left with only 4 overcapped res. So regardless of if we are not nearby or we are nearby to the AG, he is going to be overcapped on res. So I don't need to care. I don't need to care about his resist, except his chaos res, but I think I already capped my Aegis chaos res. But just to be safe, I will still craft okay, so let's do what we need to do. We need to buy Orb of Dominance. So Divine Orb of Dominance. 2 is going for 9 divines. Jesus Christ. That's expensive as shit. Oh god. And then Awakener orbs. 1 is going for not okay. Don't scare me like that, my guy. 1 is going for 5. I probably only need 1. So first things first, we're going to reroll you until you give me my explode T1 mod. So I'm looking for explode T1. There we go. Nope, this is T2. This is still T2. Give me T1, my guy. Time to take notes. Yeah, this is how you craft an explode chest. You buy an evasion base of eye level 85 plus, because and it has to be Crusader influence. The reason eye level 85 is you can't roll explode without you can't roll explode without eye level 85, or at least T1 explode, I think. Can't find any text guides, only videos to the build I played, so I'm not gonna link one now. Alright. So you get the Crusader influence evasion base because it's easier to hit your... It's easier to hit the explode mod because of the lack of PDR on evasion base. But anyways, you do this until you hit tier 1 explode. It needs to be tier 1 because if you try to Orb of Dominance a tier 2, I think it goes to tier 1. You don't want to waste this 4.5 Divine Orb on taking something to tier 1. And it has a very low weight, so you just have to keep Reforge physical until you hit explode. You can typically tell if you hit explode because the text box is typically much wider when you hit explode. The only other thing that expands the box to be as wide is like phase taken as lightning. So if you see it wider, you just look to make sure it's not explode, and then you keep going. And eventually you're going to want to have your AG with an evasion base, or I mean with an armor base. So that's why the other one has to be on a royal plate, because this is going to be the base that we actually give to the AG, so he is tankier against physical hits. And we also go for we also go for strength bases, because we want to give him flat PDR as a suffix. Can't you just use rejects? No. Not with this bench, at least. This search doesn't affect here, it only affects this. So there's no way for you to use a rejects for it. You just kind of have to look at the size of the box. That's the easiest tell. This is much better than other crafts that require you to have like where everything can be like in a small box like this. It's more tolerable for me, at least. Like I don't really have to look at each result. Like I still kind of do, because I don't want to roll over it because of how much or how rare it is, so to say. Like I've gotten it what 3-4 times, and each time it wasn't tier 1. Amount of yellow juice. I didn't think I'd see myself buying yellow juice today, but it's this expensive? No bloody way. I guess it's this expensive. I guess it'll soon be time for me to start doing harvest again. Jeez. How am I getting 19% so often? It's 11 to 20% and I keep getting 19% tier 2. Give me tier 1. You have a funny bone in your body, eh? You then give me 15%. You just gotta roll better. RNG would be RNG. Like, what the fuck, man? I have gotten tier 2, what, 5 times now? And I haven't seen it tier 1. Tier 2 again, 15%. Come on. Do we really need to buy like 1 divine more in this thing? God damn it, man. It's 4,300 per divine. I'm gonna do this. I'm actually gonna do crop rotation again. Because it is wild. Just how expensive that is. Like, that is actually stupidly expensive right now. There is no way. The tier 2 has a 4, it's 4 times more likely, or it's 4 times more likely than tier 1. But I've gotten the tier 2 like 7 times at this point. So like, what? Statistically speaking, I should have gotten tier 1 already. What are the flipping odds? No fucking way. There is no way. Is this eye level 85? Yes, it is. Ah. 4,200 per divine. Yowzas. It is fucking expensive. Yeah, I think I might actually do some harvest runs. That's gonna be my next farming strat. It was my last one, but it's gonna be my next because it is stupid expensive. Statistically speaking, but those are only, I mean, yeah, like, the reality is that the chance of hitting it per row is, I mean, it's not that low, but it's also very low weighted in comparison to other physical mods. So it's not that much of a shocker that I haven't hit it, but at the same time, it's like another tier 2. Another flipping tier 2. At this point, I'm questioning myself on eye level because it's like, are you sure you need eye level 85? It says 85. It says freaking 85. And keep in mind, there is still the universe where after all this rolling, I fail the orb of dominance check. Give me freaking tier 1! Bruh! What is wrong with you? No way. Oh my lord, I spent like 12k juice. Well, probably more than that. All in the process of trying to freaking get one modifier. That should be more than, like, it should be way better than what I'm currently experiencing. Like, its weight is not this slow, my G. Just give me tier 1. This is why I am not crafted. Yeah, but like, at this point, I'm just being unlucky. Like, I am genuinely just getting unlucky here. 15%. Freaking tier 2 still. This is what, at least 10. I think we've hit like 11 tier 2s at this point. And realistically, we're supposed to hit a tier 1 for like once out of every 4 tier 2s we see. So like, it is wild to me that I am not getting tier 1s. At this point, I'm in disbelief. Can you even roll on this chest? Because there is no universe where you should be able to roll and you haven't so far. I don't know if I'm surprised by how many tier 2s I'm getting, or like am I getting lucky on the tier 2s, or am I getting unlucky on the tier 1? I don't know which it is. Because that's like what, 12 at this point. Finally! Finally, we get what we need ish. Oh god. I say that, but I need to annul. I need to annul the suffix. And then I clear. Oh my lord, what the fuck? The game is trolling me. The game is actually trolling me. Most gamblers stop right before their jackpots. I mean, facts. 99% of gamblers stop before they hit it big. So I just had to spend like 5 divines just to get the 1 tier 1 explode. So I guess another 5-10 divines before I get it again to then try to annul, because the game has decided to troll me. In fact, I'm actually just going to embrace my... I'm going to embrace my inner... What's it called? I'm going to embrace my inner... can I think? Oh. Superstition. Yes. I'm going to embrace my inner superstition and I'm going to just relog. Maybe there's something somewhere that's making me unlucky. Also looking for a new strat, so I might do it too. Yeah, Harvest looks like it's insane money right now. I will have to check the prices of Awakening, but I don't think Awakening should be much more expensive. You gave me a 20%. Why not just make it 20 freaking 1? I'm getting tilted here. 16%, 12%. Like, it's ridiculous how lucky I am in getting the tier 2s, but how unlucky I am in getting tier 1s. Like, it's just, the tier 1 is just not happening. Because it doesn't make sense to me. Why is it so bad? Another divine on... Alright. I'm not going to deceive myself. I'm going to buy 2 divines because odds are I'm not going to make it in 1 divine's worth. Might as well just embrace my bad luck and make peace with it. The stages of grief. I can feel myself going through them. %14 explode. 23. There. It's full. That's fine with me. That is absolutely fucking fine with me. All right. I have a 5 in 6 chance of hitting anything else. I have a 1 in 2 chance of wait, no. That's not correct. I have a 1 in 6 chance of hitting the one I do not want, and a 3 in 6, so a 1 in 2 chance of hitting what I do want. Is this game going to troll me? Let's see. Good. Finally. I need this as a separate video that I can send my friends to show why I don't. All right, so I actually got the annul. So how to do this is then to just go prefixes, cannot be changed, and then reforge influence. Not this one. Reforge an influencer item with random modifiers. So this one. It is time for a 50-50. It has 2 Crusaders. Yes! We got it. Ha! All right. Half of the work is done. The other half is this guy. This one is deterministic, I think. Let me open Craft of Exile. So remove Crusader influence, or let's do Hunter influence. Curse is Caster, so reforge Caster. And I think it's just essentially guaranteed. Maybe not guaranteed. There's it. Hunter. There is no other Hunter mod in here. I have looked, I have confirmed. There is Hunter, which is the one I want. There's Carapace, there's Thicken, there's Yeti, there's Starfish, there's Steelskin, but nothing there is Hunter. Cool. Now, next thing we do is we go to PoE Wiki and we open our Awakener Orb. We click on the trash item first, if I remember correctly, but let me just confirm. Left clicking on the donor item, then click on the target item. Yes, so the donor item is the evasion base, which does not have a second Crusader mod. And then the target item is this guy. So we have Explode, we have Curse, we have Armor, we have Recover ES on Kill. No, we that's useless to me. He doesn't have ES. This would have been nice a while back, but right now it's nothing to me. It's 33%, not 30. I mean, this is 31. I can always divine it. It's a 1 in 5 of divining to 35. Do I care? It's 34. I'm gonna take 34. I'm not spending more divines on that. We're going to quality it up. And then we are going to prefixes. %on ES on shield. I don't know, man. I would redo that. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need to redo anything. I do not need to redo shit. I might honestly divine in one more for the increased AoE. I don't like the bottom row, but it's fine. Reforge physical, so we can get PDR 7%. We'll take it. With 7% PDR, we're going to craft Chaos and Fire Res, I guess. And we have our chess piece. We can exalt the last piece. Lightning res, not bad. We can switch the lightning res to cold res. I almost click reforge code. So change the modifier that grants lightning res to cold res. The reason I did this is these are the two. They are the two lowest resistances, fire and cold. So by doing this, I'm kind of just short up against both. %33% chance and 12 AoE. Cool. Perfect. 35-12. All right. That is all. So I'm going to control C this, and I'm going to open PoB, and I'm going to paste it. I'm going to put a note that this is my current chest. I'm going to add it to the build and give my AG this chest. So now I can go the same thing. This 14 save. And then when I go in here and I choose AG, I see we're overcapped on Chaos Res now, so we're chilling. And we are vastly overcapped on everything else. 55% increased armor, kinda yikes. Nah, I'm good. If you want to make a perfect base with the increased armor, go for it. I'm perfectly fine with this. 7% PDR, shit, I'll take it. And we can sell this guy. Four divines. I bought it for 4.5. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to sell it for chaoses then. This is way less than 4.5 divines, the fuck? Or am I bugging? Yeah, it's way less than 4.5. Okay. In that case, we sell it as 4 divines instead. Am I missing anything? It has the quality, it has the PDR, it has the res, has curse, T2 explode. Yeah, we're chilling. Where is aspirants? All right, Arcane. I'ma see you when you get back then. Boom. Val Molten Shell. Option. Calgar. And we're chilling. 5% armor increase. I mean, 5% is 5%. Just saying. So that cost me a lot of money. I think I was on 52 divines when I started. So over 25 divines in the Dominance Orb, Awakener Orb, the juice. I got very unlucky on the juice portion, like insanely unlucky. It's not even funny. But yeah, let's run the map and let's see the difference in the explode. Should be good deep difference. Yeah, just the same map farming strats. Everything else is fine. I don't have AG accidentally still here. That build is looking funny, especially since I'm a big fan of AG and sadly can't play pure specters because of that. Yeah, this is essentially pure AG. Okay. The explode is very nice. The chain explodes. Like everything just disappears. Everything disappears. Oh, it feels good. Oh, this feels so bloody good. Nah. It doesn't. There isn't even a contest. Like this is wild. The difference between, I don't remember how good the last chess piece was, but it wasn't that good. It was like, it was a tier 2 if I remember correctly. It wasn't elevated. So it was like less than 20% chance to explode. What was degenning me? But yeah, if you like AG, I don't see why you wouldn't want to try this build. It's a very comfortable AG build. Now, granted, you can't use Spectres, but small price to pay for this level of explode. Nah, the explode feels so good though. I forgot just what elevated explode looked like, but PDR. Okay. Oh no, at least I have visual clarity now somewhat. Yeah. There's no overblown screen effect. The explodes are fantastic. Wave clear insane. Only thing is single targets can be a bit wonky if the boss has like big AoEs that they can use to kill the swords as they are being spawned. But like that's like the single use case where I don't think it's I wouldn't recommend this. But like if you're a regular player, you shouldn't be running into that a lot. Like even T17s it's fine with, so long as you just switch. All you have to do is switch Flesh Offering to Bone Offering for T17s and you're golden. Its single target damage is also bad. I keep mentioning how the single target can be iffy. This is what a single target actually looks like. It's actually not bad. I'm just very picky. Like I'm actually just very picky. This is what it looks like. Got to check out the tower defense then, since there's some single target there. This is perfect for Blight, if that's what you're asking about. The reason it's perfect for Blight is because it explodes. It's going to explode the it's gonna explode, whereas it's gonna explode all these small minions to kill the big one. And because of this, where are you? All because you don't want to stay still. The reason this is taking so long is because we're trying to ramp and she keeps doing the meteor. Is this her? I think so. Yeah. Okay, you're dead. You actually let us ramp. So like that's kind of what I mean. Where if you don't get the opportunity to get your minions ASAP, if you don't get the opportunity to get your minions ASAP, you might end up with a situation where you are doing the fight for longer than you might want to, because you have to ramp the swords and then the swords have to ramp the poison. So there's that double ramp effect there. But the DPS is actually high if you're able to get everything ramped up. But yeah, for single target in a situation like Blights, you're chilling, because with Blights, you explode all the little ones around the boss, and the boss is going to pop all the same.
You must win this one for me, my champion.
Your champion looks delicious. Hunger. Feast. Digestion.
For the most part, we don't have to move too much. See what I mean? Oh, the boss lanes. Oh, those guys. For those boss lanes, all you have to do is kind of just... I think you just have to play it a bit... If you can kill one... If you can kill one, you should be fine. And it has good single targets, so killing one shouldn't be an issue unless you pick like a avoid poison map. Suggestions: make golems work. Like make a golem build. The thing about golems is they're already a proven concept. Like there are stone golem builds out there that get really high DPS. I could look into stone golem though. I haven't played a golem build myself, so I don't know what the wave clear would look like. But if I remember correctly, you're trying to have it spam its AoE slam or something, so you have decent wave clear, and then you have a few golems and stuff like that. I could look into it, to be honest. Make a golem with the enchant work. What enchants? Is it the max golem that's on like a bow or something? Is it that one? Isn't that just a dead enchant? Yes, plus the max golem on a bow. How the fuck are you meant to make this work? This would essentially have to be maybe Bama. Because why would you use a bow when you can use anything else? You can use a toothpick and get like more DPS. This is one of those dead on arrival enchants. Like I see no use case for this where you would want to use a golem with a bow. Like it makes absolutely no sense unless you're going for a bow specifically so you can have this +1 to max golem ball. Is that worth losing out on a convoking or convening one that can have +2 level of minions as well as level X minion damage and attack cast speed? Bruh, it's not. Bama can get away with it because all the flat damage and stats on the bow go directly to the minion, but golems cannot. You can also maybe get away with the animate weapon, but animate weapon doesn't work with bow, so tough luck. But yeah, I'm good. I'm very good at it. This is nah. This would only work if I was going Bama and I just needed like Carrion Golem, Stone Golem, and Chaos Golem on the same build for all their buffs. Like then I could maybe consider doing it, but other than that, it's just useless. Okay, Stone Golem weapon crafting PTSD. What, did you make a stone golem build? Or what are you talking about? Did you have like a stone golem build that had insane like weapon crafting? But yeah, that enchant is just it's not it. I don't think it is even worth considering. It is a terrible enchant that is locked on a terrible base. I don't understand why they would even do that. What it is they thought that would achieve, if they even had an idea of a use case for it, because Bama is just much better served with adds 5% of ES as flat cold damage. Like Bama would go that enchant specifically and just ignore the +1 summon golem. The mace that counts as every one-handed melee weapon does not get this enchant because it's a bow enchant. So like there is literally not a single use case for this. Had to craft a 9-link. Oh, my condolences. I hate crafting those. I hate it so much. But yeah, I think I would have to craft it. But to be fair, right now you can use recombinators to get a really strong 10-link weapon. It would still be expensive, but it would be cheaper than trying to do it the regular way, at least following like average prices. If you get very lucky, then that's one thing, but average prices you should be golden on. Are you done? You have the ending screen up. Yeah, I'm done. I'll be back on Mondays. Probably more PoE. I don't know what I'm going to be working with, but I might just look up some golem builds, see what they play like, and potentially even look at a golem answer. It might be fun to try to make stone golem work on a champion with banners, because stone golem is actually the perfect candidate to receive the block enchant, maybe some of the automated war cries if I decide to go automated war cries, or if I just go banners. Movement speed should be really insane on them. I would have to figure out the defenses on that though, because if I go Eternal Apple, then I can't go Dread Banner, so no block, which means I'd have to settle with Spell Suppress and War Banner being melee face damage. But I think there was also a golem thing that was not considered melee. I'll have to look at it. Basically what I'm going to do is on Monday, I think this is what we do. On Monday, we are going to look at stone golem and we're going to analyze it and see if we can make it work on a champion or chieftain, as the case may be. And if it looks promising, we'll go for it. We'll actually POB it, and we might roll it, see how it feels. So that is honestly something we can do. That is honestly not a bad idea, Lenny. So thank you. We'll look at that, and yeah. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. I'm gonna be back on Monday. Till then.